live. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I had to get a cup of coffee, take my vitamins. Hi, Lisa L. Hello. Flower Girl Phillips. Hi, Ann Rose. Margot. Whisper to me. I'm in top chat and not live chat. We're going to try to finish this Stephen Smith documents today, so I'm going to try to get right on this so I don't get tired reading. Carolyn P. Oh, and I've got some videos from the auction. Maybe we'll play them after this Stephen Smith stuff. And thank you for sending those, Carolyn P. Sorry that we couldn't get. I can't believe that if that leather stuff really went for that much money. That's nuts. But Court TV bought it, I heard, for their hunting lodge. So I guess I think they have something planned for that. Some kind of museum. Maybe they're going to open a museum or something. Who knows? Charge people to walk through and sit on it. Let's see. I think I might have. Let me just make sure I've got Ann Rose, Bucky Yan, Carolyn P, Deborah Vancouver, Dan L, Flower Girl Phillips, Chris Ray, Lisa L, Margot, Nicole, Rough and Ready, Whisper to Me. All right. Let me make sure I'm in live chat. And I'm going to pull that up. I've had this up all day, so I think we were on page, let me see. I had it here all freaking day. Okay, here's the cell kit. Here it is. Come on. Letitia Stalk. All right, here it is. Let me pull this over. Stephen Smith. That's not the Stephen Smith one. I want this. That's not it either. What is that? I don't even know that's something on YouTube feed. Come on. Come on. Why the heck is why is my thing not going over? There it is. Oh my gosh. Ridiculous. All right. So, let's go over here. We went through all this. I think we were on page 22, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Sandy Smith called me. Yeah, here we. Okay, so this is Mark Bickhart, who is supposedly someone that Stephen Smith had a relationship with, and they said they attempted to contact Mark Bickhart by phone, went straight to voicemail, left Mr. Bickhart a message, then attempted to contact him again. This is August 17th, 2015. Attempted to call Mark Bickhart, still goes straight to voicemail, left a message. That's 8:18. 8:26, attempted to call Mark Bickhart, left a message, goes straight to voicemail. 8:26, spoke with Sandy Smith, gave me a phone to a person that may know some information, only knows first name, Cecil, phone number redacted. 8:26, attempted to contact Cecil, no answer, left message. 8:26, attempted to contact Nora Williams. Sandy Smith states she may have some information about Stephen's death, phone number redacted, rings 4 times, no voicemail. 8:26, spoke with Stephanie Smith about Nora Williams and Dale Stanley. States Dale says there was a green Jeep that was following Stephen on or the day before he died, a green Jeep. 11:17, Sandy Smith called me at 12:23, wanted to know if any of the interviews done had any leads to any new information. 11:18, Sandy Smith called and said she had heard on the radio that an arrest had been or will be made in reference to her son's death. 11:19, had Corporal Proctor contact the radio station in reference to an arrest, asked him to find out if this was true and maybe who called saying it. 12:7, received an email in reference to an anonymous tip, states Dontero Aiken, along with another black male and a white male, Murdaugh, are the ones involved in death. This tip is referring to Stephen Smith. So they're saying somebody named Dontero Aiken, along with another black male and a white male, in parentheses Murdaugh, are connected with the death of Stephen Smith. 12:7, contacted Corporal Rowell and briefed him on this information, also sent an email to him about Sergeant Moore, Sergeant Burns, and Sergeant Booker about what I wanted Corporal Rowell to do. 12/7, 2015, sent Corporal Proctor this information and advised him about the situation. Okay, I think this is exactly where it was. This now is from Proctor on 7/22/2015. I went down to MUSC on this date to meet with Dr. Erin Presnell. She's the pathologist that performed the autopsy on the victim in this case. The reason I went and spoke with her was due to the preliminary report where she stated the victim was possibly struck by a motor vehicle mirror, which was the cause of death. Sergeant Moore had already had, from my understanding, a heated conversation with her about this issue. The MATE team has always had a good working relationship with MUSC, so I wanted to see if I could go down there and get some sort of clarification. As soon as Dr. Presnell came into the room, she began in a negative tone, stating that I did not have a meeting scheduled and she was very busy. She stated that she could not even begin speaking with me about this case without the coroner's consent. I advised her that I had spoken with Coroner Washington the day before, and she basically called me a liar and said she would call him right then. When I asked if she wanted me to call from my cell phone, she backed off. I asked her why she stated that in the report, and her answer was because he was found on the road. She had no evidence other than that for the statement being put in the report. She asked why we did not think it was a vehicle strike, and I explained to her that we had no evidence of this individual being struck by a vehicle. I asked her if someone with a baseball bat could do that, and she stated no. When I probed further, saying, "What about someone in a moving car with a bat?" she stated, "Well, I guess it's possible." She then asked if we found a bat as evidence. I could see that this conversation was not going to yield any positive results. As I was leaving, she stated that the report was preliminary and it was my job to figure out what it was that struck him, not hers. 8/18/2015, I spoke with Coroner Washington Day in reference to the final autopsy report issued from MUSC. He faxed me a copy of the report and told me that he does not agree with the pathologist, stating that the victim was struck by a motor vehicle. We discussed the fact that the report states the cause of death as blunt head trauma, motor vehicle crash, pedestrian versus vehicle. Then the manner of death was undetermined. I would think that blunt force head trauma would be the cause of death, and the motor vehicle crash would be the manner the trauma was delivered to cause the death. The pathologist also states in the report that in light of historical information along with the autopsy, these conclusions were made. To what historical information she possessed, I'm unaware. I attempted to speak with Dr. Presnell at an earlier date to go over information that had been discovered throughout the investigation and that was ill received. The coroner did tell me that the deputy coroner had gone down to MUSC the morning of the autopsy and spoke with the pathologist. She has been since fired from this office. I spoke with that deputy coroner Green and again Agent Burke with SLED, as both of them were present at the time of the autopsy. Both stated they made no reference to the pathologist about the victim being struck by a vehicle, only that he was found in the road. The coroner stated that he made contact with the pathologist. Dr. Presnell said She stated that she would be willing to change her report to read however he wanted it. That sounds great. However he wanted it. Okay. That sounds like it's really going to be based on what you think. I received a message to call SLED agent Michael Moscal in reference to discussing trace evidence located on the deceased clothes in the case. During our conversation, Mr. Moscal advised he located about 10 1mm single-layer blue paint chips. Mr. Moscal advised that he needed more paint layers evidence to pinpoint a particular vehicle. Mr. Moscal advised that the PDQ database indicated the paint could be from an industrial tool, a dumpster, or a signpost. Mr. Moscal added that Toyota used this particular paint on its vehicles from 1982 to 1988. I received information 12/18/2015 from Corporal Duncan about an individual, Darrell Williams. He is stating that his stepson, Patrick Wilson, told him that Sean Conley struck and killed Stephen Smith. Mr. Williams stated that his son told him this in confidence and that his son had moved out and he did not know where he was staying. He could only tell me that Patrick attended some Christian school in Ridgeland. I drove down to Ridgeland and went to Step of Faith School. Patrick Wilson was not a student there. I then found Legacy Utah Baptist Church School. Patrick Wilson is a student there but was not at school today. I then drove to Hampton attempting to locate an address for Patrick. I could not get his stepfather to return my calls. Mr. Williams stated that the reason that he was passing this information on was because Randy Murdaugh told him to call. Corporal Hoffman and I went to Redacted in an attempt to interview Dontero Aiken. There was a Hyundai Genesis parked in the front yard, and within minutes of being at the subject's house, his family began arriving. We had no answer at the residence, and I made contact with the subject over the phone. Mr. Aiken advised he was working with a logging company, Brunson Forest Products, and we met at SC3 at the railroad tracks in the town of Beldock. Mr. Aiken advised he didn't have any knowledge of who killed the victim. Mr. Aiken advised he learned of the death through Facebook. Mr. Aiken advised he was working with BLT Logging Company as part of a swamp crew, cutting a track of woods in Ravenel during the week the victim was murdered. Mr. Aiken advised his logging company, BLT Logging, gave all employees their own private room in a hotel on US 17 in West Ashley, between a Waffle House and a Speedway, and was rented by T.J. Thomas Pennington. He added that he came home on the weekends and stayed in the hotel all week. Mr. Aiken remembered that he worked changing trailer tires in Estill with Deontay Williams on the Saturday he was home that week, and afterward went straight home. Mr. Aiken advised he knew the victim from Wade Hampton High School. Mr. Aiken said he played football and advised the victim he was a trainer with the football team. I asked Mr. Aiken why somebody would kill the victim, and Mr. Aiken replied that he had no idea. I asked Mr. Aiken if he ever goes out partying in the country, and he said it has been a long time since he's done that. I asked Mr. Aiken if he was friends with anyone with the last name Murdaugh. Mr. Aiken said he went to school with a girl with the last name Murdaugh. I asked him if he knew any boy with the last name Murdaugh, and he said he knew one that graduated with the victim. Mr. Aiken said he was not friends with any Murdaugh subjects on Facebook, but later tried to look on his phone to see. There was no cell signal to check. I later looked on Facebook and saw the subject is friends on Facebook with Buster Murdaugh. Mr. Aiken stated he never hung out with him or went to parties hosted by any Murdaugh subjects. I asked Mr. Aiken what rumors he had heard around town about the victim's death, and he advised he has only heard he was hit by a car. Mr. Aiken portrayed himself as a hard worker who, when not working, sleeps and visits his girlfriend. At the end of the interview, I turned off my audio recorder. A follow-up question was asked, and I pushed record button on the audio recorder. The second recording was edited in, at the end of my original interview. Okay, and this is his 10-year driver record. Stephen Nicholas Smith. Renewal, duplicate, renewal, original. License information. Okay. Search warrant, T.J. Proctor. Okay, this is a search warrant. Let's see. For the phone, it looks description of property sought. The target phone is to be identified as having the number of redacted and is further known as target phone. Any and all incoming and outgoing historical cell data to include cell sites, text messages to include content, identity, cell site. Okay, so this is for whose? This is probably for Stephen's phone. January 26, 2016. Let's see here. Okay. And I left a copy of the records department. Okay. This is Stop Communication, Department of Public Safety, Troop 6. Okay. Fatal hit and run. South Carolina Highway Patrol is seeking information about a fatal hit-and-run collision in which a pedestrian was struck and killed when? Wednesday, July 8th, 2015, between 1 and 4 a.m., where Sandy Run Road near Joe Miley Road in Hampton County. At this time, the vehicle make and model are unknown. If you have any information about this collision or about the vehicle of interest, contact the South Carolina Highway Patrol. Okay, here's another one. So they're putting those in. This is the schedule. Looks like it's probably Stephen Smith's schedule. American history, anatomy and physiology, calculations. Okay. Items of evidence. 1 black Nike short sleeve shirt. Item 2 was analyzed using physical characteristics. No automotive paint found. That must be on Stephen's shirt. Where's item 1? Where's item 1? Huh, it's weird. Item 3. 1 pair of khaki Union Bay cargo shorts. Item 3 was analyzed using physical characteristics. No automotive paint found. Cutting taken from item 3 was analyzed using Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy with microscope attachment and physical characteristics. No automotive paint found. Item 4. 1 pair of blue airspeed footwear shoes. Item 4 was analyzed using physical characteristics. No automotive paint found. So he has no automotive paint found on any of his clothing or his shoes. The debris collected from items 2 and 4 was analyzed using the Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy with microscope attachment, physical characteristics, and scanning electron microscopy with energy dispersive X-ray detector. Several single-layer metallic blue paint chips were found. Due to the condition of the sample, no make, model, and information was able to be obtained. These paint chips are suitable for comparison should a standard become available. Okay, this is the same report. Crime scene investigative summary. Okay. On July 8th, 2015, at approximately 6:12 a.m., sled crime scene was requested by Chief Billy Jarrell with the Hampton County Sheriff's Office to assist in the investigation of a possible homicide in Hampton County. Special Agent James B. Talon III and Special Agent Brittany Burke responded to the scene. Brittany Burke, is that the same one that was in Chief Gerald, investigator Perry Singleton, and several other personnel from HCSO were on scene. Coroner Ernie J. Washington and Deputy Coroner Kelly Green were also on scene from the Hampton County Coroner's Office. Chief Gerald provided the following information. The victim was located deceased in the middle of the roadway. Originally, HCSO had notified the South Carolina Highway Patrol in reference to this being a possible hit and run. After further investigation, it was believed the victim had been shot in the head. Well, that wasn't true either. He wasn't shot in the head. Hold on, I'm just trying to get the live. I just want to put a live chat on there. So he wasn't shot in the head. We found that out. The initial scene consisted of the roadway at 6199 Sandy Run Road, Hampton, South Carolina, 29924. Upon completion of the initial scene, sled crime agents responded to the side of the roadway on Bamberg Highway, Hampton, South Carolina, 29924 to search the victim's vehicle. Refer to the crime scene notes for further information. Special Agent Talon and Special Agent Burke attended the victim's autopsy at the MUSC on July 8, 2015. Refer to the autopsy documents for further information. During the crime scene investigation, photographs were taken by SLED crime scene agents. A copy of the crime scene photographs were mailed to investigator Perry Singleton and Coroner Ernie Washington. Additional copies were available upon request. Evidence was submitted by SLED crime scene agents to the SLED Forensics Services Laboratory. Refer to the submission documentation for further information. Attachments, CS notes, CS sketch, chain of custody, submission documentation. Okay, crime scene attachments. This is a gunshot residue kit taken from Stephen Nicholas Smith. This here shows the victim's location, shows the victim's vehicle over here. Okay. This shows the victim, edge of the roadway. He's like this, his hands like this, just laying there like that. This over here is the crime scene photographs. Breath test given, no. Resulting in death, no. DUI, no. Drug suspected, no. Okay, crime scene notes again. Okay, so this part is the same, so let's go over here. Upon arrival, this is at the crime scene, 8:25 a.m. It was cloudy with an approximate temperature of 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Chief Gerald, Investigator Singleton, and several other personnel from HCSO were on scene. Coroner Ernie J. Washington, Deputy Coroner Kelly Green was on scene from the Hampton County Coroner's Office. Agents arrived and met with Chief Gerald, who provided the following additional information. EMS and SCHP arrived on scene. SCHP placed orange paint on the roadway. An EMS worker stated that a projectile wound was located on the victim's head. SLED crime scene was then requested, and the SCHP departed the scene. The HCCO moved the victim prior to SLED crime scene's arrival. The scene was documented with digital photography by Special Agent Burke and Special Agent Talon. Special Agent Talon documented the scene with notes and a sketch with measurements. Upon arrival on the scene, the agents observed that the scene was secured by HCSO personnel and yellow barrier tape. The victim was covered with his sheet. After photographing the area, the sheet was removed. Injuries were noted on the victim's left arm, left hand, and head. A hole in the skull was located above the victim's right eye. It was still unclear at this time if this hole was caused by a projectile. The victim's right arm was covered in blood. Agents were unable to see any injuries. Agents searched the area for cartridge cases. This search yielded negative results. They didn't find any. The victim's hands were bagged. The coroner searched the victim's clothing. The coroner located a vehicle key in the victim's front left pocket. The key was turned over to HCSO personnel. No other evidence was located at the scene. Crime scene notes. I don't know. I don't know. But didn't mention it right there. Prior to leaving the scene, agents discussed their findings and completed a walkthrough with investigator Perry Singleton and Chief Billy Jarrell. Crime scene agents released the scene to HCSO personnel and cleared the scene at approximately 9:18 a.m. Crime scene agents then responded approximately 3 miles to the victim's vehicle on the side of Bamberg Highway. So his vehicle was 3 miles away. Agents arrived at approximately 9:20 a.m. After receiving a search warrant, agents searched the area and the vehicle. Maybe it was in the vehicle. Footwear impressions were observed in the dirt near the driver's door. The responding officer's shoes were compared to these impressions by Special Agent Burke and found to be consistent. Therefore, footwear impressions were not collected. So it was the agent's footprints. The vehicle was parked off of the roadway. The gas tank door was open and the gas cap was hanging on the side of the vehicle. The vehicle doors were locked. Hey, Billy Boy, thank you for being a member for 19 months. The key located in the victim's pocket was used to open the vehicle. The vehicle was in park. The battery was functional. However, the vehicle would not start. The vehicle was searched. The only item of interest located in the vehicle was the victim's wallet. The wallet was collected by investigator Singleton. No other items were taken from the vehicle. Crime scene review. Prior to leaving the crime scene, agents discussed their findings and completed a walkthrough with investigator Perry Singleton and Chief Billy Jarrell. Crime scene agents released the scene to HCSO personnel and cleared the scene at approximately 9:40 a.m. Crime scene agents then responded to MUSC in Charleston, South Carolina, to attend the autopsy of Stephen Nicholas Smith. Upon arrival at approximately 11:29 a.m., the weather was cloudy with an approximate temperature of 92 degrees. The following items were collected at the autopsy. 1 gunshot residue kit collected from Stephen Nicholas Smith. It was determined that the wound in the victim's head was not caused by a fired projectile. The pathologist stated that it appeared the victim was struck by a vehicle. I don't like free things. Thank you, Billy Boy. The pathologist stated that it appeared the victim was struck by a vehicle. Special Agent Talon then contacted Investigator Singleton and advised him that SCHP would need to be contacted to investigate the incident further. Crime scene agents then cleared from autopsy at approximately 1:43 p.m. and transported the evidence to the SLED Forensics Laboratory. On 7/9/2015, at approximately 8:53 a.m., Special Agent Burke responded to 300 Mulberry Street, Hampton, South Carolina, in reference to meeting with First Sergeant Moore with the SCHP. Special Agent Burke met with First Sergeant Moore to provide documentation from the original crime scene to transfer evidence. Special Agent Burke departed the scene at approximately 10:01 a.m. Here's the sheriff. 1 cellular phone. I had 1 brown wallet crossed out. Okay, and this says on 7/8/15, while going to work on Sandy Run Road, About 4 o'clock in the morning, I noticed a white male lying down in the highway. I call 911. Okay, this is July 8th, 2015. Requesting officer Captain Russell. Incident 35743. Man down, Sandy Run Road, Crocketville. Enclosed is a copy of the 911 recording from the accident scene. The caller is Ronnie Capers Jr. from Hampton County. Please feel free to contact me if you need any information. Okay, Capers, motor vehicle. This is head injury. Subject lying in the roadway. Okay, Sandy Run Road. Laura Meyer. Stephen Driggers on Medic 1. Okay, this is about radioed in a possible 10.7 reference to a subject lying in the roadway in this area. Alarm went off, 432 dispatch responded. Okay. It's not about the call. This is all regarding the 911 call. Demetrius Gilliard, Logan Still, Mandrell Brown, Greg Cook. Okay. All right, July 13th. Regarding July 8th, fatality hit and run. The attached list details the 911 recordings of the above accident. There are a total of 38 recordings. These are the official recorded times, accurate and federally synced. I have included the initial 911 call received. Okay, so that's almost 4 a.m. the 911 call, then 4:07 the admin call, then 4:18 it says law, 4:27 law, 4:33 law, EMS fire, 4:34, 4:35 EMS fire, 4:37 EMS fire, 4:38 EMS fire, 4:39, 4:40 EMS fire, 4:41 to the law. Yeah, so it goes on right through till 9:49. Incident, telephone calls, obscene, harassing. Oh look, Big Heart. What's this about? Incident date, 7/13, 1945 hours. Complainant's name, Bighart Mark Peter. I, Officer Long, was dispatched to the listed address for telephone harassment. Upon arrival, I made contact with the listed victim in the yard. The victim informed officers that he had been receiving phone calls from the Cayman Islands. Oh, the Cayman Islands. The people that were calling his phone were threatening his life and stated that he was going to die like his friend. Wow. The victim then stated that the calls began last week after his friend's funeral. I have passed the victim's information on to the sheriff's office, and a copy of the report will be turned over to them on the next day. Didn't somebody say that the Murdaughs were in the Cayman Islands? I thought, put it.
Yeah.
Hi, Rhodatilla Calf. How are you? Good to see you.
Hi, Rhodatilla.
Okay, he'll be turned over to them the next day. So somebody's threatening, and this is supposedly a lover of Stephen Smith. Detailed statement of investigation on the Lister report. The friend that the victim references to is the Stephen Smith. At this time, Captain Russell has been informed that the victim wishes to provide information in reference to the incident. The number that has been calling the victim is blah, blah, blah. The calls inform the victim that he would die the same way Smith did, and the victim believes that his death was a homicide. The victim has also been followed by Smith's mother around town, and she has informed people that the victim is responsible for her son's death. Major Bolton was notified about the incident and will turn over the victim's information to the Hampton County Sheriff's Office. Chain of custody. So this is about Stephen Smith's black short sleeve shirt, tan khaki shorts, and blue athletic shoes. And dispatch 911 recording. One Apple cell phone from Stephen Smith. One recording of a Bicart interview. One iPad. One iPad. Gateway laptop. A gunshot residue kit. A rape kit. And let's see. Clothing, black shirt, tan khaki shorts, one pair of blue athletic shoes, one gunshot residue. Okay, this is Ronnie Capers. This is the guy that made the 911 call. On the above date and time, the complainant called dispatch and stated that there was someone lying in the road at Sandy Run and Prince William Road. Upon arrival, I, Corporal Bridges, rode the area and found no one in the road and started to leave the area, but decided to ride towards Joe Miley Road. As I rode, I spotted a person laying in the middle of Sandy Run, approximately a quarter mile from Joe Miley. The person was a white young male with a severe head wound. I, Bridges, called for my partner, Eubanks, and EMS. The victim appeared to be lifeless, and when EMS arrived, they called for the coroner. No one on scene could ID the victim. Highway Patrol arrived, and the coroner arrived on scene. After checking the body, it appeared the victim had been shot. Sergeant Smith was notified. Lieutenant Perry Singleton was notified and arrived on scene. Pictures were taken, and a cell phone was recovered from the body. Okay, 7-8. I, Detective Singleton, received a call at home from Sergeant Smith with the Hampton County Sheriff's Office regarding my assistance on Sandy Run Road in Crocketville, located in Hampton County, in reference to a dead body in the highway. I responded, and upon my arrival, I was met with Corporal Bridges, who informed me that around 4 a.m. they received a call from 911 to respond to the location in reference to a person lying in the highway. Once there, Corporal Bridges realized that the person lying in the road was deceased. Corporal Bridges also mentioned that one Ronnie Capers Jr. reported this to 911. I, Detective Singleton, went up to take a look at the body and noticed a slender-build white male on the highway with khaki shorts and a white polo shirt. I thought they said he had a black shirt. Black short sleeve shirt. How did it turn to a white polo shirt? Sled crime scene was called to process the scene. The deceased had on his person cellular phone and car key. Highway Patrol later located the deceased person's vehicle on Highway 601N in the county of Hampton. The vehicle was a 2007 yellow Chevy Avino. A search warrant was obtained for the vehicle in order for SLED to process it, which they did. A wallet was taken from the vehicle by myself with a picture ID. A driver's license of the deceased male was in the wallet. The deceased was identified as Stephen Nicholas Smith. The body was sent to MUSC for an autopsy, which revealed no bullet hole in the deceased, but there was evidence of a head injury. See autopsy report. This case has been turned over to Highway Patrol and is now closed for the Hampton County Sheriff's Office. Not to scale. Not all items, all measurements are appropriate. They have the victim in the roadway, the edge of the roadway. This is okay. July 8th, 2015. I was called by Corporal Allen at 5:37 hours, advising we had a possible hit-and-run fatality on Sandy Run Road. He advised to call in the on-call commander, Lieutenant King. Corporal Allen called me back at 6:08 hours to advise the mate team that was en route to the scene that he was almost there. I left my residence and headed to the scene and was advised by Corporal Allen that it was a homicide, not a hit and run. I advised Corporal Allen to make sure that the ruling of the coroner and Hampton County Sheriff's Office, and that I would be there shortly. I arrived on scene at approximately 6:25 hours and observed a white male lying in the roadway on the center line with head trauma to the right side of his brow. I spoke with Hampton County Coroner Ernie Washington, who immediately advised me it was a homicide. Oh, thank you, Billy Boy Blue. You're going to hit DVC with your love and run? Well, just only with the love, not with the car, okay? All right. Let's see. He advised me he pointed out the gunshot wound. He pointed out the wound to be a gunshot wound and showed me again the entry point. Assistant Coroner Kelly Green then began to show me photographs they took, again pointing to the entry point to the head and also a defensive wound to the hand. I then asked for clarity if they were sure it was a homicide, and their response was yes. I then advised we no longer needed the mate team. I asked if our assistance was needed, and I was told no. They were just waiting on SLED's crime scene unit to arrive. I walked the scene and saw no evidence of any car parts or pieces, and then had all units clear the scene. At approximately 16:15 hours, I was called by Corporal Rowell, who advised the sheriff. T.C. Smalls called him and advised an autopsy was conducted as MUSC and that no bullet was found, and it was determined to be a hit and run. I immediately called Sheriff Smalls to clarify this issue. He advised me that the doctor was ruling it a motor vehicle accident and they were turning it over to us. I asked if he was the lead investigator, and he advised me Lieutenant Perry Singleton was the lead investigator and gave me his phone number. I immediately called Lieutenant Singleton and asked for any notes or information he had, and he told me he was not at his desk and would call me back in 30 minutes. I then called Hampton County Coroner Ernie Washington at 16:40 hours and asked him if that was his ruling as well, and he stated he would have to go with the doctor's ruling. I then reminded him that earlier that morning that they were certain it was a gunshot wound, and he told me that he had to go by the opinion of the doctor. I asked him where the body was, and he stated it had been taken to the Roden Funeral Home in Hampton per the family's wishes at that time of the death notification. I asked him what time and who they notified, and he stated that they notified the mother and father, Joel and Sandra Smith, at their home at Redacted at approximately 10:30 hours. I called the funeral home and spoke with Gordon Roden. I asked him if he had the clothing the deceased was wearing so we could pick it up, and he stated it was in a paper bag with the body. I asked him to immediately stop whatever preparations they were making to the body and cover him up, and we would come get the clothing. He agreed to do so. I had Corporal Rowell pick up the clothing shortly. I then called Lieutenant King at 17:57 hours to advise him what was occurring, and he told me he would make some calls and get back to me. I immediately called back Ernie Washington and asked him for a name and phone number of the doctor who conducted the autopsy. I was given her number and called a Dr. Erin Presnell to try and understand what brought her to that decision. She said it was not a gunshot wound and no bullet or fragments were found during the x-ray, and that it didn't look like a bullet wound in her opinion, and that since the body was found in the roadway, she could only theorize that it had to be a motor vehicle that caused the death. I asked if he had any other injuries, and she stated only a partial dislocated right shoulder. I asked her if she found any glass fragments or any other evidence of a motor vehicle, and she stated no. I then asked her why she was ruling it a motor vehicle accident and what she thought caused the head injury. She told me it was not her job to figure that out, it was mine. I then tried calling Lieutenant Singleton back since he had not returned my phone call and all I got was his voicemail. I then hung up and called Sheriff Smalls to see if he could get the information they had, and he stated that he'd call me right back. After not hearing back from him, I called him back and got his voicemail as well. Then I called Corporal Rowell to see if he was in Hampton, and he advised me he was on his way from Bamberg. I told him to go back to the scene and make sure the body had been marked and to start looking to any vehicle debris in both directions. He called back and advised he could find no debris at all. I then called Corporal Altman and told him when he came out to go to the scene at Sandy Run Road near Joe Miley Road and look for any vehicle debris. He also called back stating that he could find nothing. I then told him to go out to the scene and sit from around 3 to 5 hours to document what type of traffic was moving that time of the morning. Lieutenant King then called me back at 1928 hours and advised Lieutenant Brock with the MATE team would be calling me and see if I can get in touch with someone from SLED to come out the next day. I spoke with Lieutenant Brock at 1940 hours and explained the entire scenario to him. He advised me to have someone to go to the scene and look for debris. I told him I already had someone on scene, and he advised me that he would have Sergeant Booker call me shortly. I spoke with Sergeant Booker at 20:02 hours and explained the scenario to him. We decided to meet at the funeral home in Hampton the next day at 9 a.m. and asked if SLED could meet us there as well. I told him I would find out which agents were there and try and set it up. I called Agent John Croft with SLED, whom I knew, to see if he could find out which agents were going to the scene that morning. He called me back with the name and phone number of Brittany Burke. I called her at 20:22 hours, and she stated that she and Agent Trey Talon were called out at 6:10 hours that morning at the request of the Hampton County Sheriff's Office regarding a homicide. She stated they arrived at the scene around 900 hours and looked at the wound and didn't think it was a gunshot wound. She stated they told the sheriff and coroner they don't believe it to be a gunshot wound. She told me they were adamant it was... Hold on a minute. It was a gunshot wound, so they mapped the scene and began to gather evidence as they would normally do. She stated that they found a smartphone and car keys in the deceased's right pocket. The phone was undamaged, but could not get it to work. They also located the vehicle of the deceased on US 601, a couple of miles from the scene, and also checked that as well. They went through the vehicle and found the wallet of the deceased and also noticed the gas cap was off. They also found engine oil in the vehicle and believed that he had vehicle trouble because they could not get the vehicle to start. Since he was found between the vehicle and the residence, they believe he was walking home when the incident occurred. She also advised me that they went to the autopsy along with Assistant Coroner Kelly Green, and the doctor confirmed it was not a gunshot wound, which is what they, SLED, believed originally. At that point, she stated they left and returned to Columbia. I asked her if they could come to the funeral home that morning at 9 a.m., and she stated she would have to ask her superior and call me back. She called me back at 20:42 hours and advised she would be there at that time and would bring all of her notes and photos. I called Sergeant Booker back at 20:45 hours and advised him that one of the SLED agents would meet us there at 9 a.m. July 9th, 2015. I called Corporal Rowell and Corporal Payne at 550 hours that morning and told them both to go back out to the scene at Sandy Run Road and look for any debris of any kind or anything out of the ordinary. They called me back, and again, they were unable to find anything. And I asked both of them to meet me at the Roden Funeral Home at 9 a.m. for a meeting. I then spoke with Lieutenant King at 8:35 hours and briefed him regarding the time and location of the meeting. He advised me to get in touch with CRO Sonny Collins to explain what was going on before the flyer was sent to him to push out to the media. After leaving a message with him, I had Sergeant Burns call me as I arrived at the funeral home. I meet Sergeant Booker and Corporal Duncan from the MATE team at 9 a.m. along with SLED agent Brittany Burke at the Roden Funeral Home, as well as Lieutenant Corporal Rowell and Lieutenant Corporal Payne. The MATE team took photos of the deceased and spoke with Agent Burke regarding her finding and reviewed her notes and photos. MATE also inspected the body of the deceased for any evidence and injuries. There was no visible injuries to the deceased other than his head wound and a small amount of road rash on both arms. He had no broken bones and no injuries whatsoever on his torso or lower extremities. I turned the clothing over to Corporal Duncan, and after a discussion by all parties as to why this did not appear to be related to a motor vehicle, I went with the MATE team along with Lieutenant Corporal Rowell to Ronnie Capers Jr.'s residence to speak with him. He was not home, but the MATE team did look over his wrecker that was sitting on the dirt road in front of his house, but didn't find anything that looked suspicious. We then went to the scene on Sandy Run Road and along Sandy Run Road, and along with MATE, looked for any evidence at the scene for approximately 100 yards in both directions. Corporal Duncan and Lieutenant Corporal Rowell left the scene to go speak with the family of the deceased, while I stayed with Sergeant Booker to assist him as he documented the scene. When they returned, they were told by the family their son was gay and that they did not know of any enemies their son had, but anything was possible regarding his death. Lieutenant Corporal Rowell got a call from Lieutenant Singleton advising him that the phone and wallet of the deceased. Lieutenant Corporal Rowell and Sergeant Booker and I met with him at their substation in Varnville, and after a discussion with Lieutenant Singleton, who stated he thought a log truck may have struck him, gave us what information they had, and Sergeant Booker signed for his cell phone. The wallet was left with Lieutenant Singleton since it had been unsecured since the previous morning and had money in it. He was advised to return it to the coroner's office. A warrant was obtained in Hampton County for the phone's contents and was forwarded to Sergeant Booker to take to SLED to retrieve the information on the phone. Sergeant Booker returned back to Charleston, and Lieutenant Corporal Rowell and I began riding the area and looking at possible logging sites. They were all old sites that obviously had not been used recently. We then went to McMillan Farms on the same road, and Lieutenant Corporal Rowell and I spoke with Mr. McMillan, who runs the farm. We asked if we could look at the trucks, and he agreed. He had a few seed trucks that we looked at, but we did not see anything out of the hold on a minute. Few seed trucks. But we did not see any damage or evidence of bodily fluids or blood. After speaking with Mr. McMillan, he advised his trucks weren't running at this particular time since there was no grain to haul. When asked, he stated he did not know of any logging trucks in the area, nor did he know of any particular trucks that would be running during the early morning hours. After we left McMillan Farms, Lieutenant Corporal Rowell was advised to ride the area to look for farming or log trucks. I went to Bobcat Landing, where the deceased had supposedly hung out the night before swimming. I did not see anyone there or anything out of the ordinary. July 14, 2015. I was contacted by Lieutenant Corporal Rowell, who was with the Corporal Duncan in Hampton. They had spoken with family of the deceased and advised he had an iPad and a laptop that he was using under at least an alias Noah Rivers. Okay, hold on a second. They had spoken with the family. Okay, so they spoke with Stephen Smith's family and advised he had an iPad and a laptop, and he was using it under the alias Noah Rivers to go into homosexual chat rooms. They agreed to turn that over to be analyzed, and a warrant was obtained for those items to take to SLED. They also interviewed a subject in his 40s who was supposedly the boyfriend of the deceased, and believed there was foul play. But his story was, inconsistent, and he was asked to take a polygraph by the mate team. He stated he would do so. That has yet to be arranged. Some people told me they saw this on Mark Bickert's Facebook page, even though it was March. I took a look for myself, and here are all the screenshots. Mark Bickert to Stephen Nicholas's mess twin sister, and the mess sister with the mass husband. That's the North for the Hampton police or the Hampton sheriff. I would watch your backs. You killed your own brother. You killed the gunnest person in the whole world that nurtured everybody and cared about everybody, no matter what background, ethnic background, religion, creed, or anything, because needed money to run your little drug deal. Take me on back and forth for your metal body to have a cookhouse. I've got the evidence to put yours away. I got everything. And play, I know everything that you girls tire or did. I'm not saying that what happened, proof that you were there, proof that you tampered with the body, proof that you stole his wallet for the money, and it proof that you took the money, roof evidence that you also took money and wanted him to come to a sugar daddy. And he told you, no, the cops are Bolivia and belligerent, not to look at my evidence. But one day you girls will get caught, and your little husband is going to get caught. If not, my boys are going to take care and have an ethnic background killing throughout the Smith family. So my feeling to Stephen's sister, Ben's sister, boy toy, and Stephen's twin sister, girlfriend, any other sister that's an addict and a drunk, and a see you next Tuesday, and a biatch, and a... Oh my gosh, what is going on here? And a W, or with the drug buddies that are the Matt Harriers bringing a baby, bring it, eyeball, burn you, biatches, and how you and got shite that Stephen had, and he weighed doing better than the whole effing family. You just couldn't, don't even know what the F you're going. Nani could even go to college. Then you killed your effing father. But I believe putting math and something he had which raised his heart. You're a bunch of Confederate racist bigots. And it killed your own brother because you need money to run your drop time. I just Forest Tire or the little effing see you next Tuesday, that free-walled South for everybody. So now you got no little brother, and I would watch your back because everybody knows that the other sister's husband is a narc. And Stephen and even Joel Snack told me that they had that talk, see you next Tuesday, biatch, arrested it. Your days are numbered. I know for a fact your days are numbered. The cops now, they're numbered. And I'm telling you real plain white that you're numbered, your count-blooded, heartless calories that killed your own brother. What a piece of shite that don't effing, you're nothing but a conswires corn artists. Stevens even said, I love my little sister with all my heart and soul, but the one thing that I can't stand about her, and I just cannot be around her at times, she cannot help herself with habitually ow-yang. She's honest, unworthy, and I'm not trustful with anything. I cannot trust her with anything at all, but I love her to death. I wish you would get help. You effing killed your own brother, you biatch. What your conch of your other sister that wrecked Steven's car by running what drugs in it, because I even knew he told me that, and not husband, F the car up the rest of the way. I know everything about use test Gosney as the Smith family. You make every person in the world vomit. Adventure late the cops. I'm going to have the evidence and you're going to be arrested. I am being patient with you because every time I want to go out and take care of his stuff with Tess, I hear in the back of my head, baby, why Dippy let the cops handle it? Let the cops handle it. It ain't worth it. He never wanted me upset. He loved me. He cared about me. And I'm going to tell you what, there ain't nothing in the world that's going to happen to me until I see you paid for what you did to your brother and anyone that was involved in this. I know who you are. I know everybody that was involved in his death. I know what happened, when it happened, and where it happened. I pray for years, and I pray that the cops grow some balls and come and talk to me on a timely fashion before I could hold my and then a family back, because I'm having a hard time holding the Jersey boys back because they're my family. When I can't, and they come into Hampton, there's going to be an ethnic cleansing throughout the town until they get anybody that your friends are, be at ethnic, okay, but your friends are going to effing be what if my family comes, and now the Bickhart family, the Jersey boy, GG's crying, the Mexican mafia, the Italian mafia, you people as the Smith family killed the one thing that a lot of people loved, and that was the angel. He had the eyes of the OSU. No blue was little boy Diva. He's looking down and he loves the ones that cared about him. As far as his family, he was you, but I know deep in the heart he hoped that you get help, and I pray to God you get help, because you're one sick MFer biatches, and the man that killed him, you ain't nothing but a piece of shite that ain't worth it, because you're just jealous that he waits doing better than the rest. Hold on a second. Sorry. That, where were we? That ain't worth it because you're just jealous. He doing better than the rest of that shite in that town. That's why you can't do better than the rest. DS, and you are jealous, and you needed his money, and when he was leaving yous that night and never coming back, yes, you had to take care of things, but what you forgot about was his boyfriend, not his sugar daddy, is what you call me, because I'm one mean MFing see you next Tuesday, and I'm one MFing biatch that's going to make sure the cops even handle this, or you don't want me to handle it, because my way to handling it is I'm going to catch is what? Battery acid and cut finger by finger, toe by towel, as I'm throwing acid and battery acid, and saw Tanya Loans and is going to go down like that sis is Anna. Tell your body just can't take anymore. I'm going got. Oh gosh. Now that's a repeat there. Let's see. Got. Where the heck did he put this? Okay. Me is alive to turn yourself into the cops, because the GG brought the GGs that the mafia doubt Mark got less in heart less than I am, because they know who he was with, and I know who his boyfriend was, and they will back me any day, any time, any place. By the way, your little neck deal, do you know who Coco Grandma is? Oh, she is. She don't like math. I don't roll care and talk to them. Mexican mafia, you people going to have a problem, and that may be my next game. I want the Mexican mafia to take care of it rather than get my hands dirty. Did you say effing worth it? Have a good day, biatches. of the Smith family. LOL, days are numbered, and they counting Wachovia backs at the Exxon station. Watch over your backs at the Rent-A-Center. Ha ha. What the heck? Okay, and this is storage something. Videotape chain of custody disposal. All right, what the heck is that? Okay, hold on a minute. Let me see something else here. That is so weird. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Oh, la 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 la. Okay, so hold on a second.
Is there any information as to who wrote that?
Yeah, that's what's his name, Bickhardt.
Okay, Bickhardt wrote that. Okay.
Yep. Okay, let's see. Okay. Trying to see what that is. Open its investigation. Double murder. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. SLED releases. Let's see what this is. Their statement. Okay. 24 hours after Chief Mark Keel of the South Carolina State Law Enforcement Division, SLED, confirmed that his agency was treating the death of Stephen Smith as a homicide and devoting additional resources to solving the case, the agency released a statement regarding the high-profile murder investigation. The body of Stephen Smith, a 19-year-old from Hampton, South Carolina, was dumped in the middle of Sandy Run Road near Crockettsville, South Carolina, in the early morning hours of July 8, 2015. It was discovered by a passing motorist who was a tow truck driver at approximately 4 a.m., initially misclassified as a vehicular hit and run based on the findings of Erin Presnell, a forensic pathologist at the Medical University of South Carolina. Smith's case has attracted international attention after it was prominently featured in the hit Netflix documentary Murdaugh Murders: A Southern Scandal. SLED opened a homicide investigation into his story after the murders of Maggie Murdaugh, 52, and the 22-year-old son, Paul Murdaugh, on June 7, 2021 at Moselle. The Murdaugh's family is hunting property. Alex Murdaugh was convicted of those murders, sentenced to life in prison for them earlier this month. SLED's statement was an unusual move for the agency. The statement provided insight into the role SLED crime scene agents performed when they received the calls for service from the local law enforcement agencies. Let's see, here's their statement. Let's, hold on one sec. Okay, so their statement says, for immediate release, March 22nd, 2023. Let me just see if I can pull this up there. Hold on this side. In the interest of accuracy, understanding, and the continued mission of seeking justice for victims of crimes, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, is providing the following information. On July 8, 2015, the Hampton County Sheriff's Office requested SLED's crime scene unit to process a death scene involving a body that was found on Sandy Run Road in Hampton County. SLED crime scene agents were dispatched from SLED's headquarters and responded to the scene. Upon arrival, SLED crime scene agents processed the crime scene. The primary mission of SLED is to provide quality manpower and technical assistance to law enforcement agencies and to conduct investigations. SLED's crime scene unit routinely responds to requests for assistance from local law enforcement and fellow state agencies to prevent crime scenes across South Carolina, to process them, The involvement of SLED's crime scene unit at a scene does not automatically indicate a SLED investigation. On July 8, 2015, SLED's crime scene agents attended the autopsy of Stephen N. Smith, where medical examiner Dr. Erin Presnell concluded that Mr. Smith died from being struck by a motor vehicle. Due to the medical examiner's determination, the Hampton County Sheriff's Office requested the South Carolina Highway Patrol to investigate Mr. Smith's death. SLED was not requested by the Hampton County Sheriff's Office or the South Carolina Highway Patrol to investigate Mr. Smith's death in 2015. On June 23, 2021, SLED opened an investigation into the death of Stephen Smith after SLED agents received information about his death and subsequently reviewed the South Carolina Highway Patrol investigative file. From South Carolina Highway Patrol case notes, it was apparent that the South Carolina Highway Patrol did not believe Mr. Smith's death was a hit and run by a motor vehicle. SLED investigation into the death of Mr. Smith was never closed. It remains a homicide investigation. Progress has been made, and SLED investigation is active and ongoing. Since the beginning of SLED's investigation, the goal has been to find out how Mr. Smith died and find the person or persons responsible for his death. To that end, SLED Chief Mark Keel has assigned additional SLED Low Country regional agents to work this case in the hopes that those who may know what happened to Mr. Smith are more willing to speak freely now than they have been in 2015 or 2021. If you have any information regarding the death of Stephen Smith, please call SLED at 803-737-9000 and ask for investigative services. Tips can also be submitted by email to tips@sled.sc.gov. And that was their statement. Let's see what else we have. Okay, so we looked at all the files. And where's this? So apparently, Alex Murdaugh, on June 7, 2021, a little over 3 hours before the murders, he got a message from a text message from a former client, Cynthia Washington of Seabrook Island, South Carolina. He got that at 5:26. She sent him a chilling, prophetic text message about a great tribulation just hours before he murdered his wife and younger son. She's speaking out now. She contacted him as part of what amounted to a spiritual outreach campaign for the Jehovah Witnesses, saying the end is now upon you. She's quoting the book of Ezekiel. After quoting several additional passages from the Old Testament prophet, it concluded with an ominous warning. People will realize that money cannot save them from the coming calamity. According to Washington, she got to know Alex Murdaugh when he represented her and her husband in a legal matter several years ago. She said, "I have nothing bad to say about Alex." She recalled him as such a sweet person. Every time, and I quote her saying, "me and my husband would go in, he would give us a hug." She said, "Me and my husband we just loved him. He was so good to us." What prompted her to send him the message, according to her, the scripture was randomly generated and disseminated as part of a daily outreach program downloaded from her Jehovah's Witnesses cell phone app. Very strange. Okay. That's odd. I don't even know why they're bringing that out now. Okay. All right, let's see if there's anything else. Rose petal murders. What the heck are the rose petal murders? Oh boy. AITA. Okay, I'm not going to get in that right now. All right, let me look at something else. Okay. Okay, so this is the road where, let me get that. Hold on, I've got to close some tabs here so my stuff can come up. Okay, this is where he was found. Okay, SLED issued its update as Smith's mother, Sandy, is taking new actions to learn more about his death. That includes arranging for his body to be exhumed and have a private autopsy. She has raised about $90,000 to fund her effort. Stephen was in the process of discovering himself and his sexuality, his mother said. He was gay. One rumor is that he may have had a man stalking him. The authorities asked me about that, but I've heard other stories I believe more. She went on to say that her son would have been wary of any approaching cars on a dark road, and she thought that some of Stephen's former classmates were involved in his death. One of the guys that supposedly did this, Stephen told his twin sister that he had a fling with the boy. He also told me that he and the boy had a deep-sea fishing trip planned for July. Stephen died on the 8th of July. When he died, Stephen was returning home from night classes at a tech college in Orangeburg, where he was studying to be a nurse. A 911 caller alerted police after seeing Stephen's body in the early morning hours of July 8th near the center of Sandy Run Road. His car was later found not far from the spot with its fuel cap off. Let's see. So why was the homicide ruled? Dr. Aaron Prisnell, a medical examiner, concluded that he died from being hit by a motor vehicle, possibly by a side mirror. Buster Murdaugh released a statement through his lawyer, Jim Griffin, saying he has nothing to do with Smith's death. He also said he's been targeted and harassed by the media and followers of this story. This has gone on far too long, Buster Murdaugh said. These baseless rumors of my involvement with Stephen and his death are false. I unequivocally deny any involvement in his death, and my heart goes out to the Smith family. He has not spoken out earlier about Smith's tragic death because he said he was trying to maintain his privacy while grieving his mother and brother and following his father's criminal trial. Okay. So, I don't know. What is this? Stephen Smith's mom fired off a letter to the FBI about the mishandling of her son's death investigation, saying he was murdered for being gay and naming Buster Murdaugh as a possible suspect. She sent a 4-page letter to the FBI. Let's see. Okay, here's her letter. Hang on. Let's see what this is. Okay. This is September 28th, 2016. Dear Sir or Madam, my family is in desperate need of your help. My 19-year-old son, Stephen Nicholas Smith, was murdered on July 8, 2015 in Hampton County, South Carolina. It has been apparent from the first week of this investigation that authorities are covering up critical evidence and we no longer know who to trust. Stephen's father, my ex-husband, who is now deceased, and I were first told that our son was shot to death after running out of gas in the early hours of the morning and exiting his vehicle. Later that day, we were told it was a hit and run. Finally, investigators determined he was beaten to death. He was attacked so violently that the entire side of his face was rebuilt with putty for his funeral. Hampton investigators asked us at the time to continue to publicly say it was a hit and run. They claimed they didn't want the killer to know that they were looking for him. They have been no-name suspects. The first call my family received after the murder was from authorities notifying us of Stephen's death. The second came very quickly the same morning from solicitor Randolph Murdaugh. In fact, he called my ex-husband's cell phone as we waited in the police station for a positive identification. He said he heard of the case and was interested in working pro bono as a liaison between the family and investigators. Stephen's father accepted the offer, although we were unsure why Mr. Murdaugh wanted to help us. We also weren't sure how he found out so quickly, even before it was confirmed to be our son. Surprisingly, after just a few interactions, Mr. Murdaugh stopped returning our calls. Within days of our son's death, Stephen's twin sister, Stephanie, was approached multiple times by peers telling her that solicitor Murdaugh's nephews were responsible. As a family, it was suspicious to us since he had taken such an immediate interest in the case and then became unreachable so quickly. These suspicions reached new heights weeks later when Stephen's older brother, Chris, was approached at work by a young man he did not know. The person told Chris he was present when Stephen was murdered and witnessed everything firsthand. He said that Solicitor Murdaugh's nephew, Buster Murdaugh, who graduated with Stephen, beat Stephen to death with a baseball bat. He claimed it was because Stephen was gay. Stephen was, in fact, gay. The witness said they were out smashing mailboxes when they came upon Stephen, and Buster seized the opportunity. The young man told Chris that Buster threatened to kill him if he ever spoke up. The information was given to investigators, but nothing has come of it. In reviewing a copy of the 911 dispatch log, which I have enclosed, tab A, page 2, I found that the first responding officer, Michael Bridges, arrived on scene within a minute of 911's dispatch, even though in the Hampton County Sheriff's Office incident report, tab B, he claimed to have driven around for a while trying to find my son's body. The second officer, Jason Eubanks, arrived within 2 minutes. This is suspicious to me because The area where my son was placed is extremely rural. Cops do not patrol that area frequently, and it's not likely an officer, much less two, would coincidentally be patrolling there prior to 5 a.m. They had to be in that area at that time for a reason. I suspect they were there because they already knew Stephen was there, and I suspect the Murdaughs were the ones who told them. The Murdaughs are probably the most prominent family in Hampton County. Stephen had on more than one occasion mentioned to friends and his twin sister that he was involved romantically with someone from a prominent family in the county who was hiding his sexuality. He said it would shock people to know this person was gay. We suspect this could be the young man Stephen was referring to, though he never named him. At the beginning of the investigation, officers told us they would not have access to Stephen's text messages for approximately 1 year. They claimed they would have to send the phone to Apple to override the security features. We found out months later the phone had never been sent to Apple. Often investigators claimed it was uncertain which department had the phone. They have since produced the phone, which they still have not sent to Apple, but still claim they cannot access it. We feared then and still fear now that they have and will continue to delete critical information from the phone. It has already been over a year, and we have no knowledge of who Stephen interacted with by phone, call, or text message prior to his murder. Since the murder, Buster has gotten rid of his old vehicle, which is critical because according to the witness who approached Chris, they were traveling in Buster's old vehicle that night. It's also critical because Stephen was found 3 miles from his vehicle on the morning of his murder. There was no blood spatter on the crime scene despite his brutal beating, which makes it clear he was transported to that site. We believe there is DNA in Buster's old vehicle. I think it's important to note that Stephen's wallet was found in his own vehicle, and his gas cap was open, further suggesting he did not leave willingly tap C. Stephen was very skittish and would never have walked down the road in the dark, and it's not likely he would have ever opened his car door to accept assistance from anyone he did not know, especially alone on a dark country road. He was even known to walk through the woods during the day to stay out of sight. His autopsy shows his toxicology reports were negative for drugs or alcohol, so I have no reason to believe he would have done something so completely out of character. Since Stephen was placed on the highway, it became a highway patrol investigation. We thought this was beneficial to Stephen since local authorities obviously have their own agenda. However, this did not help our case at all. This case was mysteriously bounced from investigator to investigator without reasons or notification. It would repeatedly get to a certain point, and then the assigned investigators would bow out, perhaps not wanting to take on Solicitor Murdaugh. I was approached in September of 2015 by a gentleman claiming to know about a criminal case decades ago that was swept under a rug to protect a different family member of the Murdaugh family. This came as no surprise to me. I see history repeating itself with my son. No one here is trying to solve our case. Therefore, I contacted Governor Nikki Haley the same month with a plea for help. I wrote her a letter telling her basically word for word the story I have just explained to you. She responded promptly and assigned the case to new investigators. While it appeared to be the answer to our prayers, very little progress has been made, and they say they have exhausted their leads. I cannot fathom how that is possible. Our concerns regarding Solicitor Murdaugh and his family have not been investigated, despite witness accounts which include an alleged conversation between a schoolmate of Buster's little brother, Paul, and school officials. I was told he claimed to have knowledge of the murder and implicated Buster as the murderer. Those school officials were said to have discussed the statement with the student's family, not police. We have heard no further follow-up to this situation. Interestingly, according to my source, Paul was transferred from that school to a private school after the alleged statement. We believe solicitor Murdaugh's influence extends to the pathologist, Dr. Erin Prisnell of MUSC, who performed Stephen's autopsy, tab D. Though Deputy Coroner Kelly Green and SLED agent Brittany Burke, who were both present for the autopsy, have gone on the record to state that neither made any mention of a car striking Stephen, Dr. Prisnell ruled his death a hit and run. She was combative with the Highway Department investigator Todd Proctor regarding her findings when he pointed out that the only trauma was to Stephen's head. He asked how she came to the conclusion that she said it was because he was found in the road. That alone was her reason. She insisted hit and run, despite the fact that neither of his injuries nor the crime scene support that finding. The coroner disagrees with her determination, and it is documented multiple times in the case file that there are no skid marks or vehicle debris consistent with a hit and run at the crime scene, tabs EFG. Dr. Prisnell herself confirmed to investigator Proctor that she found no glass or other fragments on the body to suggest hit and run. Hold on, I'm just getting the, just putting up the live stream so I can make sure that I can see it. Okay. She was combative with the Highway Department investigator Todd Proctor. Where did I get that? She insisted hit and run. Okay. The coroner disagrees with her determination, and it is documented multiple times in the case file. There were no skid marks or vehicle debris with hit and run, blah, blah, blah. Dr. Prisnell herself confirmed to investigator Proctor that she found no glass or other fragments to suggest a hit and run. It is simply not possible that a vehicle struck solely his head. Coroner Ernie Washington informed investigator Proctor that Dr. Prisnell told him she would change her report to read however he wanted it. Copies of investigator Proctor's summary notes, which document the discussions with Dr. Prisnell and Coroner Washington, are enclosed, tabs F and G. We desperately need your help. This investigation is being deliberately derailed. We need someone to hold the investigators accountable and access Stephen's phone. Solicitor Murdaugh is widely known, and it appears that is playing to his advantage. We need someone who doesn't care about his family name to take this case seriously. In July of 2016, I wrote to Attorney General Loretta Lynch in the hopes that she could and would help us, but there has been no response. I have enclosed the key documents I mentioned above, but I can provide copies of all the case documents. I have at your request. We also have new information which we discovered in the past few weeks and we feel is critical to this case. However, I no longer trust the investigators here. I am holding it as I await for your response. I can be reached at redacted. I thank you immensely for your time and help. Sincerely, Sandra Smith. Enclosures, 911 dispatch call log, Hampton County Sheriff's Office incident report, SLED crime scene notes, MUSC autopsy final report, SCDPS incident report, case file notes, investigator Proctor, SC Highway Department mate case notes. Okay, so let's see what else we can find here. You know what? I don't even think I shared this out. I didn't. Hold on one second, guys. If any of you want to share this video out, that would be helpful because it's pretty pathetic. that this video is not coming up in YouTube's algorithms at all. It's really pathetic.
Did you test it, or it's just not?
It's not.
Notification.
No, it's not the notifications. It's the algorithms. It's not coming up in the searches. Hang on. So I'm just putting this out here. Okay. Do that. Let's see, do it over here. What is this? Okay, that's there. And now let's do it on Facebook. Okay. All right, let's see what that happens. Post. Okay. All right. The heck is the... Oh, I can't find the chat. There we go. Okay. So, you thought he tutored Buster. Yeah, somebody said that he tutored Buster. I forget. Kevin did. I remember Kevin was saying that. Okay, let's see what else we have. So that's the letter she wrote. And let's see. Okay, so here's some other things. I got that. Buster issued that statement. Stephen Smith's family lawyer, Ronnie Richter, said Stephen Smith's mother is determined to get justice for her son, and the first step is to exhume his body. He says there is a number of facts that clearly point that it is a murder. Stephen's body, from the torso down, had no injuries. There were no car parts found at the scene. His shoes were still on. He supposedly walked 3 miles in the dark without ever using his cell phone, and a lot more. Let's see. Okay. Okay, let's. Buster denies that. Sled is investigating. I wonder what they said. Something about a Jeep. They said something about blue paint from a Toyota. I wonder what Buster's old car was, and where did Buster's old car go? What was Buster driving? What was Buster Murdaugh old car in 2015. I don't know. Pulled up in his gray Yukon. I don't know what his old car was. Anybody know what Buster's old car was?
I do not, and I can look into it.
Well, I'm looking into it. I don't see it. His mother, Stephen Smith's mother, must know what it is. Surprised she didn't mention the color of it or what it was, or where it is. Let me see something else. Okay. Look well. Trying to see if I can see something. Properties. A newly found video shows at a luxury resort in the okay. Named by Stephen Smith's mother is okay, so that's in the letter. Apparently that's brand new news, that letter that she wrote in 2016. Buster and John Morvan. Buster is missing. Not missing. Trying to see if anybody mentions what car he had, Buster. That is to a beach house. Okay. Did Buster Murdaugh have a blue Toyota? Let's see. I don't see anything about him having a blue Toyota, and what did they say? Green Jeep. No, I don't see anything about that. And let's see, I guess it did Buster tutor Stephen Smith. Or did Stephen Smith tutor Buster Murdaugh? Let's see. This was Stephen Smith's car. I'm just a lawyer, not an investigator. Okay. Alright. I'm just trying to see if anybody has any. They were friends even casually. Surely Buster has an inkling about his sexual orientation, so why would he kill him even if there were rumors? There is plenty of homophobia in the South, but contrary to the prevailing thought, it's not everyone. I know plenty of good old boys who have casual associations with gay people and don't get upset about it. No different than racism. It's not rampant, or at least not overt. I teach teens, and they tend to just ignore people who are different most of the time. There are a few, of course. Okay. I don't think Buster did it. I think someone in his family knew something or caught on, and they killed him to quell rumors, scare Buster into being straight or something. What? I don't think they were ever actually friends, at least not known to others. If was rumored Stephen was seeing Buster, but I don't think the Murdaughs were ever actually friendly to him or his family. I watched the HBO documentary, and that is what I got from it. Yeah, true. I don't buy into the rumors regarding Buster and Stephen. I do believe that someone brought up Stephen's death as a reason for retribution against the Murdaughs. when they were digging for answers as who would want to kill Maggie and Paul. That doesn't mean that Buster wasn't involved or present when Stephen was beaten to death, that that's how he was killed. The rumors of Murdaugh's involvement were strong and started for some reason. Agreed, but then why did Randy ask for the social passwords? I'm sure those accounts can be mined and that all that was deleted recovered. Nothing is ever lost once online. Let's see. I don't know. Someone's gonna have to talk. We'll see if they do. Hi, Rich. Hi, Element W. Hi, Ruff. Hi, 61. Stephen's mother has had a rough road. When my mom passed, her brother passed 15 days later from a broken heart. His loosely tied shoes were still on. That shouldn't be if it, no, not if he was hit by a car. They would have. What happened to High 61? If it was hit and run, I feel like it was on purpose to send a message. It wasn't a hit and run. He doesn't have injuries that are consistent with a hit and run at all. Not at all. See how many people think it was a hit and run. But they said it's not a hit and run. You want me to take a poll? Okay.
Poll time.
I think Buster and some of his friends came by on the road. They got out and killed him, just my opinion. I don't know. I mean, there's no message or anything between him and Buster. Is there? Is it just that he said, I'm involved romantically with someone from a prominent family? The Murdaughs were not the only prominent family.
Did you get through the whole thing already?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, wow. That went by so fast.
You voted for murder. I don't think it was a hit and run. Okay, 90% say murdered and jumped.
Plus, there wasn't enough blood on the scene to say that it was a hit and run. That was in the report.
Right.
Maybe we can watch the body cam at some point.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's been released. I don't even know if they've had body cam. It was back in 2015. If they even had their body cams on, I don't know.
It showed it on the documentary we watched that there was body cam footage from the incident.
From Stephen Smith?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't recall that, but okay. The Murdaugh family wasn't going to have it, and But if he did tutor Buster, how would that? But I just punched in about tutoring, and I don't see anything coming up for that. The Murdaugh documentary said it was likely they tossed him out of the truck and he slid on the asphalt. No hit and run. Right. I mean, didn't they even say that he was beat? They said, yes, it was blunt force trauma to the head. And that his face was so badly broken on the one side he had to have putty to have an open casket. Maybe they just thought Buster was friends and was afraid. I don't know. Good point out. I'm looking up body cam of Stephen Smith and do not see anything.
Yeah, I'm looking it up too. I thought it was in the documentary.
I don't know.
Briefly.
No, I think they showed like they may have recreated it, but I don't think it was body cam.
Oh,
Yeah.
you think they recreated it?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I don't think they showed any body cam.
I wonder if there is though, but maybe not really.
In recorded interviews, some people who knew Smith told investigators they heard a rumor that a group of people spotted Smith along the road and then did something that led to his death. Yeah, I don't see anything about that. Okay. Let's see what okay, so 15% in here say they still believe it's a hit and run, and 85% say murdered and dumped. So 15% of you still believe hit and run. Okay, hi. 15% of you think hit and run. Interesting. Can we get a few more thumbs up on this video, please? And can I explain how important it is to please leave comments on the videos? the videos are not getting comments. And I think that's really hurting the algorithm. And it's really becoming very concerning for me. It really is. Because I'm putting in a lot of work. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like, but I'm putting in a lot of work and a lot of time. And the algorithms are not there. When I do the searches, my videos are not coming up. And it's really disheartening. You don't know how disheartening it is to see what I'm seeing. And I don't know whether people are not able to leave comments because I'm coming back to videos that have no comments or have 2 comments. And we can't get the likes up. We can't get the shares. I have people come in here and talk about, oh, blah, 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 blah. But no, it's just a matter of hitting the likes, leaving a comment, sharing it out. It could really, really help because something's going on with the algorithm. The truck mirror theory could be plausible. No, it's not plausible. They said it's not plausible because he would have other injuries. There's nothing to say that it was anything. There was no swerving, no skid marks, no nothing. He wouldn't just be hit in the head like that. It's not like a mirror. And then just would be laid out like that. And have his shoes still on and everything. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Al. Sometimes the reminders help. Yeah, I don't know. People haven't been getting notifications. My videos aren't coming up. They're not being recommended. Zero evidence of hit and run. Where's the glass? Right. Yeah, the mirror would shatter. If the rear view mirror of something hit him hard enough to cause that, there would be shards of mirror. The mirror wouldn't not be broken. Hi, special needs mom. Thank you. No, there's more than 11 likes. There's 59 likes now, Elle. Your video came up for me. Yeah, that time, but thanks for being a Sergeant Rambler for 34 months. Yeah, that time it did. I'm very glad it did, special needs mom. But I think I was one of the very few people covering the dentist, if not the only one, because we found that so early and started on that. But it's just, it's pitiful. Thanks for being a Sergeant Rambler for 21 months, rough and ready. It's just when you see somebody with 600 that's doing the same content we did 2 weeks ago on Letitia Stalk, it gets a little bit disheartening. It really does. It's a little bit disheartening. Because I put my heart and soul in this channel. and in this research, because I love doing research, as you see with the dentist case. I love doing it. But it's like, what's going on? Anyway. Tomorrow, Tristan Bailey, they'll continue the sentencing. It might be done tomorrow for Aiden Fucci, and I'll cover that. I said the dentist earlier was in court today and kept his head down. We showed some pictures earlier, and he was read his charges. He had several of his kids in court and family members, and he kept his head down. His mistress apparently is in hiding after being outed on the internet. Let's see what's happening with her. Karen Kane did not attend her Marble Falls practice on Thursday, a day after she was named as the woman police say exchanged erotic emails with James Craig and met him for trysts earlier this month as he laced his wife's smoothies with arsenic and cyanide in a bid to kill her off. The same time, let's see, she was laying low as the scandal of her meetups with her father of 6 became the small talk of a small town where she runs the only dental practice. Neighbors who asked not to be identified said that they hadn't seen her since the scandal broke and noted that her car didn't appear to be at the family home either. "If I were her, I'd be in hiding," said one resident. "It's all anyone in town is talking about." Her husband filed to divorce in November of 2022. He was at the home. Divorce documents show he usually lives at a static trailer at the property, but comes into the main house to shower. The divorce filings by the Post show that they had previously both been partners in the dental practice, but they argued over finances since separating in January of 2022, with her accusing him of spending recklessly, which has left her having to work without taking a salary in 2023 to keep the business afloat. Jason's mother said that her main concern was for the couple's kids, who are both now over 18. There is no suggestion that Kane had any idea of the dentist's alleged plot to poison his wife, and after she fell ill and was hospitalized for the final time, she had backed away from their fledgling relationship, according to the emails. She is not thought to be under investigation by the Aurora Police Department. In Marble Falls, residents discussed news of the relationship between her and the dentist in disbelief, describing her as a loving parent, a model citizen who sent her kids to an elite Christian private school and generously donated to multiple charities. It will be interesting to see if she shows her face at any of the charity events now, said a local resident. Gossip also speculated about the future of her business. She is the only orthodontist in the community, about 1.5 hours from Austin. Almost everyone with a need for braces is her client in Marble Falls. She is the only one in town, so unless you want to take your kid an hour away, she will probably keep her business. Okay. So he was in court. James Tolliver Craig, 45 years old, appeared in his orange prison jumpsuit in the Arapahoe County District Court in Centennial, Colorado, where prosecutors filed formal charges while the defense requested all law enforcement notes to be preserved and for pretrial public comments to be limited. Dr. Craig of Aurora, Colorado, waived his right to his preliminary hearing within the 35-day window to give his lawyers more time. A status hearing was set for April 7th at 3 p.m. Mountain Time. Let's see. Okay, let me see here. Let it put up a picture of him. That's him coming into court. Kept his head down most of the time there. And, okay, let's see here. So I hear the alarm going off. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for reading the documents. Learned a lot. Thank you, Snow Remover, for being a Sergeant Rambler for 38 months. Thank you.
And Billy Boy left 2 super chats earlier, Carolyn. I don't know.
Yeah, I thanked him. Yep.
Oh,
Thanks.
okay.
Yep. Let's see. Okay. Now we've got, hi, Emmy. Okay. Oh, thank you, Special Needs Mom. I would appreciate that. Okay. Let's see what else we have. So April 7th, he goes back. By April 3rd, we should be having opening statements in Letitia Stauk. And let's see what's anything happening with Letitia. I think we're on target. And then we're going to have Lori Vallow. Let's see if we have
Snow
any.
Remover just gifted some memberships. So I hope everybody's clicked their
Oh, did it?
oh,
there they go. Oh, let's see. Oh, thank you. Gifted 5 memberships. So there they go. Cross-Eyed Betty was gifted 1. Pitbull Sleuth, Sweet Melody, Historic Publishing, and hi, Rototilla Calf.
Special Needs Mom.
No, Special Needs Mom was a member.
No, whisper to me.
Oh, see. Oh, right.
Oh, Whisper to Me.
that's
Oh,
right.
okay. Very
Yeah.
good. Thank you, Snow. It's very kind of you. Okay. Let's see. So his family was in court, and I thought he's got a daughter that's engaged who was there with her fiance. They have his son, one of his sons, sure that was the son because it bears a striking resemblance. And then another son, it looks like the wife of his father's business partner and his uncle. Looks like another, no, that can't be. They only had one son, I believe. And so, I don't know who. His parents were in the courtroom. Let's see, let me see. His parents were, here's his parents. Get them, they were in the courtroom. Right there. His father looks like he's cupping his ear to hear something. And Craig's daughter, Mira, holds hands with her fiance. Well, that's interesting. If that's the daughter's fiance, because this person right here bears a striking resemblance to that dentist. Does anybody else see that?
Yeah, I think the old guy.
This guy right here. And
Are we on the wrong picture?
I am very confused because this picture, okay, well, this cannot be, there's several people there holding hands. There's these two and these two, but I think this has to be his daughter and her fiance right here.
There we are, okay.
This woman looks very familiar. I'm trying to figure out where I know this woman right here from. This is way too old to be his daughter, but this person, I don't know if this is his brother or somebody, but this person bears a striking resemblance to that dentist.
I see that. Yes, he does.
But I feel like I've seen this woman, this one right here. I don't know if that's her sister. But if that's her sister, unless she's married to his brother, which I don't think she is, it's quite
strange.
Strange, yeah, because that guy looks a lot like the dentist.
I agree with that. A lot like him.
But they do mention that and show a photo of the son which doesn't where's the photo they put of the other son. They have this photo in there mentioning that this is the son, and these people right there are his uncle Mark Prey, the brother of his mother, and the wife of his father's business partner, that Michelle Redfern, those ones that were turning him into the people at the hospital. Several of Craig's older children were present. They sat silently and showed little emotion as their father entered the court. Craig's mother let out a small gulp as she swallowed back her reaction on seeing her son, who was unshaven and dressed in the orange Arapahoe County Detention Center jumpsuit. During the brief hearing, the judge deferred a defense request to put a temporary gag order on Aurora Police Department. Deputy Public Defender Katie Telfer raised the motion, objecting to statements made in Aurora PD's chief in a press release on Craig's arrest, which she said was tantamount to a presumption of guilt. And in Aurora Police Division Chief Mark Hildebrandt described Angela's death as a heinous, complex, and calculated murder. Craig spoke only briefly during the morning hearing, which lasted barely 10 minutes, as he confirmed that he was waiving his right to a preliminary hearing within a 35-day period. During the brief hearing, the judge deferred defense request to put a temporary gag order. I don't want a gag order. This is the judge. She doesn't look impressed, does she? And he certainly doesn't look like this anymore. How you doing? No, not so much. I think those are from his YouTube videos. That's a still shot from there, I believe. And this is the family home. He shuffled into the courtroom with his head bowed, his hands cuffed, and his ankles shackled. His son is Tolliver, who's 21, and his parents were among those in the courtroom. So... And his mistress, as we said, is in hiding. Let's see. Somebody said, I just read Angela's obituary online, and so many friends wrote wonderful tributes to her. Her sister admits she knew about the attempted poisoning years ago, and I'm sad that Angela or the sister didn't report that to the police. She'd be alive if they had. I don't know that for sure, but... Someone said for being a dentist, he had really bad veneers. Wow, they are supporting him. I don't care if he was my son. There's no way I'd show up hearing how diabolical he is. Someone said, I agree. How disrespectful to the wife who experienced seizures, headaches, and more. She should have left when he poisoned her years ago. She also should have reported him to the police. The monster might have killed the children as well. Anyone who supports him, wow. Somebody else in this, that's a little bit victim blaming. I don't know. I wish she would have said something. I wish she would have left him. She should have said something. I don't know. But she lost her life. Who knows what was going on there? We don't know the whole story. We don't know what he was doing or saying to her. We don't know any of it. Only a little bit.
I couldn't really believe those Google searches that he was doing. I mean, so incriminating.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Unbelievable.
Angela. Let's see if we can get her obituary, Colorado. Okay. Oh, Angela Craig's brother breaks his silence. Let's see. Angela Craig's brother. Let's see. Angela's brother, Mark Prey, described the experience of seeing Craig as weird in court. Let's see. We're heartbroken. I'm still trying to put into words what she meant to all of us. Right now, we're all pitching in to look after the children, and that's our focus. Jim's family are here too and helping. With remarkable compassion, Jim's family is wonderful. They have young family too, and it's great for the children to be with them. His family didn't do anything wrong. Jim did. Craig's first brief court appearance took place at 8:30 a.m. this morning in the Arapahoe District Court. He appeared in person to hear the charge of first-degree murder after deliberation formally filed against him. Let's see what his brother said. His parents arrived shortly before 8:30 with Craig's oldest son, Tolliver. Several of Craig's older children were also present, and they sat silent with very little emotion as their father entered the court. Craig's business partner, Ryan Redfern, was present with his wife, Michelle. They declined to comment. Let's see. Brother-in-law Prey sat in the second row. It was the first time he had had his eyes on Craig since his arrest, and he has not communicated with him since then. During the brief hearing, the judge deferred a defense request to put a temporary gag order on the Aurora Police Department. Deputy Public Defender Katie Telfer raised the motion objecting to statements made in Aurora PD's chief in a press release on Craig's arrest, where she said were tantamount to a presumption of guilt. In it, Aurora Police Division Chief Mark Hildebrandt described Angela's death as a heinous, complex, and calculated murder. Craig spoke only briefly. We already heard that. The court will make a ruling on the gag motion at the preliminary hearing, which is set for April 7th. For now, Angela's brother, Mark Prey, said, we're focusing on supporting the children, but won't be able to figure out how things will look longer term until after the funeral. The family cannot say when that will be, as Angela's body has not been released back to them. It was Mark Prey who accompanied his sister to the hospital on the morning of March 15th, concerned by the severe headaches and dizziness she was experiencing, and within 2 hours of her admission, she suffered a devastating seizure and began a rapid decline for which medical staff could find no diagnosable cause. Ultimately on life support, intubated and in the ICU, medics told the family to prepare for the worst, that Angela was pronounced brain dead 3 days later on March 18th. In the days since her death, a deeply disturbing picture has emerged of the life lived by the devoted wife and mother who committed herself to her marriage despite doubts and despite her husband's numerous infidelities, his self-confessed porn addiction, and a worrisome gambling habit that ran alongside him, running his company into the ground. Let's see. It's a reality that shocked all who thought they knew the dentist and who bought into the carefully curated image of the picture-perfect family he presented. The neat family home is shuttered up. A small sign posted on the door asks for privacy. Colorful Adirondack chairs are arranged in a circle around a fire pit on the patio out back, and birdhouses are dotted around the property, carefully planted flower beds. A grill and a hot tub sit covered against snow flurries that swirl in the Aurora spring. There's a trampoline and a sandbox, all the poignant playthings of a life now callously destroyed. It's in an upscale development with parks, a nature preserve, and playgrounds. It's a home of a family who appeared to have it all, yet the probable cause affidavit states that behind closed doors, the dentist drugged Angela 5 or 6 years ago in an incident that he attempted to explain away by claiming that he intended to commit suicide and didn't want her to stop him. And there's the needing a little privacy. Please come back later. Thank you. Meanwhile, his wife was struggling to stay in a marriage that was riddled with his repeated affairs, financial problems, and addiction. It's a version of their boss and his family that's unrecognizable to his staff, past and present, at Summerbrook Dental. Exclusive pictures show the neat space now closed until further notice. An inspirational quote adorns the wall, pronouncing Craig's dedication to consideration and professionalism. Craig's business cards sit alongside a plethora of awards in his office. Remember, he was supposed to be in Rome at a conference on Monday as a speaker. That didn't happen. He would give motivational speeches and do food for the staff some afternoons. But it was in a darkened exam room that he was researching and purchasing poison online. It was Craig's business partner who reported the concerns to a nurse at the university hospital, who then informed law enforcement, setting the investigation in motion. Let's see. Let's see, seems like her obituary. I think this is it. Yeah, this is her obituary. And Angela Dawn Prey Craig, April 15th, 1979 to March 18th, 2023, 43. Angela passed away Saturday afternoon, March 18th, 2023, after a brief but heroic struggle. She was 43 years old. Ange was the beloved baby girl in a large family of 10 August children and the favorite child according to her. She was born April 15, 1979 in Dodge City, Kansas, and got out of Dodge when she married James Craig on December 18, 1999. Over the next 23 years, Angela brought 6 beautiful children into the world, and her family chose to live in the Denver, Colorado area where they had been for 15 years. Besides her unbounded sense of humor and quick wit, Ange was intelligent and energetic and used her gifts to elevate those around her, especially her children. She had a large capacity to forgive, was willing to help both friends and strangers, and she was fiercely dedicated to her family. After her children, Ange's faith in Jesus Christ is her most important treasure. Her life is a reflection of the love she gave to being a wife and mother, a neighbor, a sister, a daughter, and a friend. She served faithfully and well as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, filling various positions including choir director, teacher, and youth organization leader. However, she most loved working as a family history consultant. She worked on her own family's history with a powerful dedication, but she also helped friends complete theirs. No doubt she has many friends and family members on the other side of the veil because of the work she has done in this life for them. Ange loved animals, though she was allergic to most of them. Food truck food, mystery television shows, and really anything that could make her laugh. She loved being outside, and though she would tell you that she didn't like to socialize all that much, she was great at talking to people. She read widely, worked on woodworking and other creative projects, and was a passionate student of interior design. Her son says that his mom loved a lot of things, but she didn't have time for them all. She had 6 children instead, he said. Ange's most endearing trait was showing up to everything. Family and friends, weddings, funerals, graduations, baptism, birthday celebrations, reunions, service projects, holiday celebrations. She made sure to always be where she was needed, which is what she is still doing now. Ange is now and will forever be missed. Friends and family only are invited to join with the family for a time of comfort and friendship on Thursday, March 23rd, 7 to 8:30 p.m. Funeral services for Angela are private. Thank you for respecting the family's wishes. Okay, and here's some of the people said. I served my mission in Colorado. One of the areas I was in, the Craigs lived there. I remember Sister Craig always had a smile on her face. She loved to go cycling and even got some other sisters in the ward to try it out with her. I remember a story where she took a friend out to go cycling for the first time, and she had no idea how to unclip her feet from the pedals. So she just committed to falling over before Sister Craig came over to help her. The Craigs were always so kind to us. Based off of what I saw in the family setting, she was a great mother and she loved music. I unfortunately don't know her too well outside of the family setting, but she was definitely a huge part of the spirit and happiness that was always felt in their home when I visited them during and after my mission. She will be missed, but I know who she is with now. Our son, John Luke, loved playing with your son, and you were always happy to have him over and let them run around. You were always nice and supportive, and I appreciated that. You will be missed. My prayers to your children and family. And I will always remember you as such a light, so fun to be around, and someone living life to the fullest. Whether it was a New Year's Eve gathering, a Christmas party, a church activity, or just dinner out, you always brought the fun. I'll never forget holding your sweet babies or your generosity that reached so many of us. You will be so very missed, my friend. I was lucky enough to be Angie's visiting teacher for several years while we both had lots of little kids running around. Those visits would be kind of chaotic, and we always hoped no one would cut their hair while we were chatting. LOL. I remember her vivacious personality and her zest for life. She was just a fun person. My prayers go out to her family and especially her kids. Rest in peace, Angie. I met Ange when my husband was in dental school. I got to know her more as we served in the church, calling together. She has a love for Jane Austen, and when she heard I had never seen the movie Pride and Prejudice, she organized a girls' night where we ate chocolate cake and watched the movie. It is still my favorite movie. And I have passed that love on to my girls. I have always thought she was so beautiful, not only outside but inside. Angie, you are one of the best people I have ever been privileged to know. You always had a smile on your face and Christ in your heart. You were always the first person to offer help and made everyone feel welcome. I am blessed to know you. You are loved. You are missed until we meet again, dear friend. Angie, you were always so full of life and energy. Too bad we didn't stay backyard neighbors when we both moved. I couldn't have asked for better neighbors to share a fence with. Your love for animals was amazing. My kids would always beg to get every animal you had after we would pet sit for you. One of my kids still remembers the sugar gliders Mira had. She was so jealous. Such great memories. You have a beautiful smile and laugh that will be greatly missed. Your warm smile and sweet nature will be missed. I pray that your family and wonderful children will find peace and comfort. I know your children will be blessed by your Christ-like example throughout their lives. Angie, I have so many wonderful things to share about you. Here are a few I loved. When we would go play volleyball with all the Southlands lady and we talked about how we should bring it back, some of my favorite memories is how wonderful you were with my girls. You and Nikki being volleyball coach for Avery and all our girls. Also Emerson, you were the one that finally convinced her to go to girls camp. You promised her she wouldn't have to do any of the crafts. And then at girls camp, when they broke out the crafts, you snuck her away and took her hiking instead. She came home so happy and has always remembered that you did that for her. All the fun group dinners we went on and laughing our heads off at the Jim Gaffigan concert, talking about family history with you, being able to direct you with Mira's wedding because we had just done Emerson's, and the last conversation we had as we planned the kids' graduation party. You will be missed. It seems so unfair the world has to go on without one of the kindest and selfless individuals. Angie was always there with a humorous comment to pick me up and loved healthy competition. I can't believe the return trips to Colorado will not include seeing you in the hall at church. I truly miss you, Angie. One happy memory that I have of Angie was when I was teaching her older 4 children piano lessons. At a particular time, I was discussing with Angie which of her children should participate in an upcoming piano competition. We were discussing her youngest child at the time, who I believe was 4 or 5 years old, and I remember Angie saying, "Yes, let's enter her. These competitions are especially good for the younger students." I remember feeling so delighted and elated as a result from her enthusiastic response, and I felt like I was doing good things for her family. I've never experienced a comment like this from a piano parent before, and that made my day. Rest in peace, Angie. I'm so privileged to know your family. Peace, comfort, and prayers was purchased. Okay. Angie, you are so vivacious and smart and fun and faithful and a fierce mother. You have always been a good friend and example to so many, and your loss is keenly felt. My favorite memory of you is that trip to Vegas we took for Andrea's birthday. That was my first real girls' trip, and you guys taught me how to have a good time and skip breakfast so that we could gorge ourselves on delicious food later. Although you are missed here, I am certain that you are being embraced on the other side by loved ones. I pray that your sweet children are being strengthened and comforted during this difficult time. So many things to love and share about Ange. Here are just a few. It was said best above, Angie always showed up. Recently, we served together coordinating the music for our weekly church services. There was never anything I asked that was too much, too hard, too time-consuming, nor was she ever too busy. Angie would just dig right in and get it done. We started conversations about this year's Christmas program and the choir's participation in January because we might as well get started, right? Often the family vacations to sunny Florida together in February. I loved that when I'd send her a text, if she was with her family, she would ask if she could reply once they were home. She chose to be present and available for her kids. They were her focus and joy, still are and always and will always be. I appreciated that and her example of being present, both as a mother and a dear friend. Thank you, Angie, for your truths. You believed and lived every day. Thank you for all the times you showed up for me and the countless others. Our friendship blessed and enriched my life. You are so, so loved. Ange, this world has lost an incredible light. I will never forget when our babies were little. You had 3 girls so close together, and I had 3 busy, crazy boys. I will never forget when you called me and told me you were going to watch my 3 boys overnight, as you had determined that I needed a break. As Ryan was out of town for weeks on business, you were constantly serving. Your smile could light up a room. Your home was welcome to anyone, and your arms wide open to everyone. Oh, sweet Ange, you were such a good example to me of not sweating the small stuff. I will continue to think of you and allow you to inspire me, my birthday buddy. I love you, Ange. Okay, so, Hey, Rich, you going? Okay. Well, he said he drugged her rough and ready because he said he was going to go give himself a lethal injection to kill himself. And he didn't want her to stop him. That's what he said. I think she was just trying to... Who knows? He was probably a real manipulator, and she was probably just trying to keep her family together. I don't know. We're not going to bash her, right? Are we? No. I don't think she wanted to die. I don't think, she wanted anything to happen to her kids. I think she gave him too many chances and thought maybe, I don't know. But I think she was getting ready to leave him now too. I think talking to her sister, she was maybe because he had told her supposedly that he didn't love her anymore. I don't know what the heck was going on, but something was. I don't know.
So he had attempted to poison her.
He drugged her. He drugged her.
Drugged her. Okay, because in chat I was kind of misunderstanding because I knew.
My coffee's here, but it's empty. I don't have
Oh,
any
you
more
need
coffee.
coffee.
That sad looking coffee.
I know, it's all empty. Didn't the sister suspect anything? Yeah, she told her sister things were not going well. We read all that in the affidavit.
No offense, but if somebody drugged me once, even that would be it for me. I'd be scared.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not saying you're bashing her, Ruff. I'm not talking to you about that. I'm just saying I don't want, I mean, like, yeah, we wish I'm sure everyone in her family wishes they would have done something, said something, did something more. Of course, she sounds like a wonderful woman that that light is, he extinguished that light in this world, but,
He destroyed a lot. Like, look at his kids now.
yeah.
And the kids had nowhere to go.
I just don't want it to go back on her. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. We don't know what she was thinking. We don't know what she was trying to do. She probably had the best of intentions and everything. I know she didn't want to die like this. I know she didn't want to leave her kids like this. I know she didn't think that he probably would ever do anything like this. Yeah.
And you don't know all the garbage he was telling her, too.
Did he put?
We know he was
when
telling
he drugged her. Did he put it like in a drink or?
I don't. They didn't go into how he did it. Just that he did it, and he said that he did it because he was coming to give himself a lethal injection, and he didn't want her to stop him.
I understand what you mean. I get it. It's not her fault at all.
Yeah,
No.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was probably just way too forgiving, way too, thought that, maybe she was even had a plan when the youngest ones graduate high school. If he hasn't, who knows? A lot of people have, things they're trying to put the best interest of the kids.
I mean, it was their 23rd wedding anniversary, or the 23rd year of marriage, rather.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she didn't think he was going to do that. Maybe she thought that was it, But
Right. But I think she did in the hospital say something. I don't know if that affidavit said
message,
something about saying something.
She said, I feel drugged in the text message, remember?
Right, but it said in the affidavit, it's something at the end. She started to tell the nurse something about. But by then, I think it was just too late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looked pretty grungy in court.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, her family says his family. Maybe when they said his family has young kids, that may be his brother. That looks so much like him. That was in there.
Do we know where his kids are now?
They're all there with the. That's what the brother is there, and that's what they said. His family and her family is there, and they have nothing against his family because he's the one that did this.
Well, there's older children. There's one that's 20. Is there?
Has anyone used henna hair dye? I used it once when I was pregnant with Ethan. It'll work. Henna turns hair red only. No. My hair didn't turn red. Yeah, it worked for the other thing. I didn't go back to using it afterwards, but I would just thought it was safer in at the end of the pregnancy. Why? You're going to use some henna hair dye? Why don't you use some Just for Men or something like that? What color's your hair? Dark? I don't understand how the doctors didn't suspect something. I got dark brown hair dye, but I haven't used it yet. Just use it. It'll be fine. What's the worst that's going to happen?
Oh, geez, this knock on wood.
What color is your hair? Hi? What color's your hair? I got dark brown henna hair dye. Okay, but what color is your hair? Is it like salt and pepper now? It's dark brown, so what do you care? Just put it on. What do you think is going to happen?
It'll look good either way, man, for real. It'll look good either way.
Are you trying to get gray out? What are you doing? Just do it. I have just for men. So just do it, Hi. What's going to happen?
Bleach it.
No, don't bleach it.
Why, I do.
No, Hi doesn't want to bleach his hair. He does those Civil War reenactments. They don't have bleached hair.
Sorry, okay, brown, dark brown.
He'll stand out like a sore thumb.
He sure would. That wouldn't be good.
I'll have rainbow hair for the Civil War reenactments.
Oh, that's perfect. It's definitely period appropriate, right?
Just do it, Hi. Don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
Feel the fear and do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen? Really, just think about what's the worst that's going to happen. And if you're a guy anyway, if you had to crew your hair, you could just, it'll grow back fast.
He said his roommate used hair dye and his head swelled up.
Oh, that's not going to happen to you. Come on.
Your hair's not going to fall out.
Just do it. Nothing's going to happen, Hi.
The only thing that may make your hair fall out is if you use bleach.
Yeah, I can't dye my hair purple or any of that. Right. Just put the dark on it. It's fine. Nothing's going to happen. Use whichever one you want.
You don't need Just for Men. That's just an advertisement thing. They're all the same.
But he has it. He said he already has the Just for Men. And he has the henna. He has both. Just use whichever one. But do whichever one's easiest. You're right. It's because I do Civil War, living history. Yeah. I was a hairstylist for 50 years and no one's head ever swelled up, Flo on the Go said. Don't worry, your head's not going to swell up.
Stop reading stuff online. I know he is because I do too.
Just do it.
And say it already is swollen up, but I won't.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen. I think I haven't done yet out of laziness. Oh. Yeah, me either. That's why I didn't do mine yet. And I have to do mine again. Very, very soon. Because it's ridiculous now.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Lighty. Hi, Lil Lighty. Just follow the instructions, she said. Hello to Scooter.
Hi, Scooter.
Just do it, Hi. Nothing to be ashamed about. I mean, nothing to be afraid about. Just do it.
Watch him come back with this big horror story.
All of my hair fell out. Oh, stop.
I went for it.
You made me do it.
Is your daughter there, Hi? She could put it on for you and rinse it off in the sink. If you're so scared.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see a Civil War reenactment.
Well, they do a lot of them up here. The guy that was actually the excavator for my house, he played Abraham Lincoln, and the guy really looked like Abraham Lincoln on a regular basis without even dressing up.
Maybe he was a reincarnation. of
He was as
Abraham.
tall as Abraham. He was hugely tall. He had the same face as Abraham Lincoln. He wore his hair and the beard. Oh my gosh! When you saw him, you said, "Oh gosh!" You didn't. You were not surprised when he did Civil War reenactments.
I'd be a mess out there. I'd stick out like a sore thumb with my pink hair.
Well, they wouldn't take you probably.
Well, I'd be like, I'd be a time traveler.
You'd have to wear a wig.
I would be a time traveler. I'll look real surprised in the field. How did I get here?
I think. I wonder. For some reason, I think he died. I just want to see if he died. I hope not, but I think he did.
Ooh,
Abraham Lincoln.
Lincoln?
My Abraham Lincoln guy. Yes.
Oh, didn't forget the guy who. Oh, God. Why did I nap? I don't know. I just had one.
I hope he didn't, but I.
Well, there, Nicole. The Gettysburg 160th anniversary reenactment is coming up soon.
Where is that located? In Gettysburg? Hi, 61. Do you travel and do this? What a wonderful thing to do.
Can't find him.
Oh, my spelling is bad tonight.
Mine, I can't
Not my
believe it.
spelling, my typing. It's awful.
Oh, mine's terrible tonight too.
Hi, Vanessa. Hi, Scooter. Come up here. If you feel like it.
Oh, he did die. He died in 2016.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He was only. Oh, he was 82. He was 82? Let me see.
He was
Was he-
only 82.
No, I thought it said 62. He was 82.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look how much younger a person can become without your glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Including you.
older. Or older, Deborah. Or older. Without the glasses.
Well, you can take 20 years off when you look in the mirror by taking them off.
See, it said he was well known both locally and nationally for his portrayal of Abraham Lincoln. He was very knowledgeable about Civil War history. He loved to recite poetry. The community will miss this gentle giant. Yes. So he was 82. He died 10 years after. Huh. His grandfather came from Germany. He was a hard-working man. He was a farmer and a logger and then started his own excavation and demolition business. He was loved by all. He was an avid Civil War reenactor. Okay. Abraham Lincoln is digging my foundation. Okay. Let's see. You think you will stay 49? I'm staying 29, so it's good. You think he had, what did you say? Morphinism? A Marian giant? What?
The what giant?
I don't know what
A
that means.
Marian giant. They often have heart issues.
On my father's side was one.
Oh, happy birthday. When is your birthday, Special Needs Mom? Does anybody see? Gettysburg 160th anniversary reenactment coming up soon.
Special needs is gonna be 50 in 13 days, I think she said.
Oh, okay. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Da, 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 da. Hi, Vanessa. Welcome. On April 6th, my son's birthday, is April 6th. And so is High 61's birthday is April 6th. And so is Scooter's husband is April 6th. For a minute, I just thought Ethan's birthday was April 4th because I was getting the 4-6. And I'm like, wait, his birthday is the 4th, is the 6th. That's so funny. You're another one with the birthday. There's a lot of people in this community with the birthday April 6th. Special needs mom. I know yours. I just said that, hi. I said your birthday is April 6th. See, I remember. What kind of creators remember this? Scooter's husband is April 6th. Ethan's birthday is April 6th. There's somebody else too. That's why we get along so well. But for a minute, I'm just scared. I just thought his birthday was I got the 4-6 mess because mine is the 6-4. And I always say his is the 4-6. And they both add up to 10. And 10 is a very important number in my life. So is 19. It's weird. And I'm just naturally drawn to numbers. That's why I just why didn't I just pop it that it was his birthday was the 6th, and I just thought for a second his birthday was the 4th. I'm really losing my mind lately. Aries. Yeah. Oh, Cassie. Dave's too, yeah. What were you reading about? I was reading about my excavator who looked like Abraham Lincoln and did Civil War reenactments. And then I was reading his obituary. Or are you talking about when I was reading the dentist's wife, Angie Craig? Which one? I read 2 obituaries just now. Your dad is April 19th, and your hubby is April 24th. My brother is April 24th. That's my oldest brother's birthday. April 24th.
Oh, April's a busy month for special needs, Mom.
Yes. 2016. That was my excavator. Hi lives in Colorado. Your sister, Shelley, is April 24th.
Oh.
My mom's is on the 4th. My oldest child is April 21st. Hi, Marianne. Carolyn, you should really see if you can go to the Gettysburg reenactment in July. Are you going to it, High 61?
I'll go if you go.
Are you going to be there? Your brother's is April 4th.
I really want to go to one of those. Really.
My brother's was April 15th.
Oh, wow. My dad's was April 1st. My parents' wedding anniversary is April 10th. I think you should go, MRB. You might, he might. He's not committed to it fully. It depends how his hair comes out. I like that they got those likes up. Let's see if we get anybody. Did anybody else forget to hit the likes? We need to just have an April party. Yeah, an April party. Shelley will be 51, I think, born 1972.
Yeah, she will.
It looks like Shelley will be 511 without my glasses on.
Scooter, did you hit the likes as you were late? Marianne? Did you remember to hit the likes? Marianne. How's your daughter, Marianne? Is she any better? Carolyn, look up Google important historic events that have happened in April. Important historic events that have happened in April? Okay.
The Titanic, I know, sunk in, I think, on my brother's birthday. I know that's one. Let's think. What else?
Okay, let's see. The April 1st, 1865, during the American Civil War, Confederate troops of General George Pickett were defeated and cut off at Five Forks, Virginia. This sealed the fate of the Confederate General Robert E. Lee's armies at Petersburg and Richmond and hastened the end of the war. April 1st, 1998, a federal judge in Little Rock, Arkansas, dismissed a sexual harassment case against Bill Clinton, stating the case had no genuine issues worthy of trial. April 2nd, 1513, Spanish explorer Ponce de Leon sighted Florida and claimed it for the Spanish crown after landing at the site of present-day St. Augustine, now the oldest city in the continental U.S. April 2nd, 1792, Congress established the first U.S. mint at Philadelphia. April 2nd, 1863, a bread riot occurred in the Confederate capital of Richmond, Virginia, as angry people demanded bread from a bakery wagon, and then they wrecked nearby shops. The mob dispersed only after Confederate President Jefferson Davis made a personal plea and threatened to use force. April 2nd, 1865, General Robert E. Lee informed the Confederate President Jefferson Davis that he must evacuate the Confederate capital at Richmond, Virginia. Davis and his cabinet then fled by train. April 2nd, 1982, the beginning of the Falkland Islands War, as troops from Argentina invaded and occupied the British colony located near the tip of South America. The British retaliated and defeated the Argentinians on June 15, 1982, after 10 weeks of combat with about 1,000 lives lost. Hans Christian Andersen's birthday, when was it? They don't even say the day. I don't know. April 3rd is in the American West, the Pony Express service began. The first rider departed St. Joseph, Missouri for $5 an ounce. Letters were delivered 2,000 miles to California within 10 days. Okay, wow, there's a lot here. This would take me 3 months to read this. Okay, but if anyone's interested. Let's see. I was here earlier, Carolyn, and I shared out your stream when you asked. Okay, thank you, Scooter. I see 2 more likes are up on the board. It'd be nice to get 2 more. Oh, we got 1 more. Columbine, yes, happened in April. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And I guess Uvalde, that's going to coming up on the 1-year anniversary of that pretty soon, right? 25 more to go. Yeah. You were interested? I just liked. Nobody's taken a hike, Scooter. You just liked it from your other account. Oh, thank you. Very nice. There we go. We got the 75 there. Hitler was born April 20th and died April 30th, 1945, supposedly. The Titanic sank in April. And sub from either. Thank you. There are special needs. She wants people to leave, Marianne. She's always saying goodbye and goodnight to people to try to make people leave. She's very, very, very mean like that. She does those things.
Scooter, you better get up here.
Scooter has a bad headache, she said.
She has a bad headache?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you ever get your doctor's appointment, Scooter? You know what they did to me today? I went all the way to my doctor's appointment, and the doctor was caught up in the hospital. Talk movies? Well, we watched a lot of old movies recently. You haven't been around, but we watched Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, which I think I might have seen bits and pieces of. We watched Homicidal.
Mommy Dearest scared the crap out of
Mommy
me.
Dearest. And I don't understand. There were so many people in here who had not seen it. And
We
people...
watched
And Nicole
Seven.
got all emotional about it, but to me it was a like a cult camp classic. So I don't even take it seriously because I've seen it so many times and people have made so much, commentary about it and all of that.
Right, I know that.
Then
I
they
know
watched
that.
Seven the other night.
Yeah, we
Seven
watched
with
that.
Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman
Morgan
and
Freeman.
what else?
was in
that
the
other gaslight, but the wrong gaslight. And then that other one, Whirlpool.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of movies watched in the last
Good ones.
few days. Yeah, Whirlpool, and then that The Bigamist that came on after one.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of doing a movie or what?
No,
Well,
Rory
some
Telecap
nights
just
there were-
asked me to talk movies, so I'm trying to talk movies.
Some nights there were 3 movies in a row. A couple of nights we had one after another, like 3 in a row.
Hmm.
I can't even remember all of them now.
Your great-grandchild left. I had her for 2 days. I'm exhausted. How old is she? How about The Three Faces of Eve? Yeah, we haven't watched that one yet. What's the wrong
What's that
gaslight? Well,
about?
because we were supposed to watch the one, I think, with Ingrid Bergman, and we watched the one that was before that. It was
The
earlier
one
than
you
that.
watched was from 1939, and I think the newer one is from the early 40s.
Mm-hmm.
That the ones that Elle knew and Linda. And,
Suspicion we were supposed to watch, but we couldn't get it with Cary Grant and Joe Fontaine.
President Lincoln was assassinated April 15th, 1865.
Tax Day.
Yeah.
I'd love to watch a Hitchcock one. That would be so cool if we could get one.
Brooke Chili Calf is asking what was the wrong gaslight.
Right, I just answered him.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I was paying attention really well, wasn't I?
That's what we're in tonight too, Marco. Don't worry about it. I'm asking Carolyn, oh, did you see your super chats? She's like, yeah. I mean, I don't know where I am either. I'm somewhere else tonight.
Your birthday is April 26th. Sounds like we have quite a few April birthdays. Yes, it does.
My best friend's birthday is April 14th, and my favorite nephew's birthday is April 20th.
Phototelecath says, Margot, you're doing great.
Yes, you are, Margot. Yes, you are.
But Deb, not so much.
Oh, you're doing fine.
Deborah, nah, not so much.
Oh,
I think Al and Nicole would like Three Faces of Eve. I'm just saying, true story too. Let me see. I'm going to look it up, the Three Faces of Eve, what it's about. Okay.
I've never seen that one.
I think it's about somebody with multiple personalities. Once I told
Yeah,
a guy
it is.
that I don't know, I just quoted that movie, and though I've never seen it, I'm like, what's going on with your pictures? Like Three Faces of Eve. That's what I said.
Probably multiple personality disorder.
Three Faces of Eve is a 1957 American drama film, presented in Cinescope, based on the book of the same name, about the life of Chris Costner Sizemore, which was written by psychiatrists who also helped write the screenplay. Sizemore, also known as Eve White, was a woman they suggested might have dissociative identity disorder, then known as multiple personality disorder. Her identity was concealed in interviews about this film and was not revealed to the public until 1977. Joanne Woodward won the Academy Award for Best Actress, making her the first actress to win an Oscar for portraying three personalities, Eve White, Eve Black, and Jane. The Three Faces of Eve also became the best film since 1936, when Bette Davis won for Dangerous to win the Best Actress without getting nominated in another category. In 1951, Eve White is a timid, self-effacing wife and mother who has severe and blinding headaches and occasional blackouts. Eve eventually goes to see a psychiatrist, Dr. Luther, and while having a conversation, a new personality, the wild, fun-loving Eve Black, emerges. Eve Black knows everything about Eve White, but Eve White is unaware of Eve Black. Eve White is sent to a hospital for observation after Eve Black is found strangling Eve White's daughter, Bonnie. When Eve White is released, her husband, Ralph, finds a job in another state and leaves her in a boarding house, while Bonnie stays with Eve's parents. When Ralph returns, he tells her he doesn't believe she has multiple personalities, and he tries to take her to Jacksonville, Florida with him, but she feels she isn't well enough to leave, and afraid Eve Black will try to harm Bonnie again, and she refuses to go. Eve Black confronts Ralph at this motel, where he realizes Eve Black is real, but allows her to convince him to take her to Jacksonville. When Eve Black goes out dancing with another man, Ralph slaps her when she returns and ends up divorcing Eve White. Dr. Luther considers both Eve White and Eve Black to be incomplete and inadequate personalities.
How about When Rabbit Howls
Eh?
with Shelley Long? That's a good one too. That's a Trudy Chase. I think she wrote the story. That's a very interesting one. And there's another one about Trudy Chase, Voices Within.
MRB what? What is it, Rototelecath? Oh, sorry. Debbie Van is thoughtful and attentive. Oh, okay. Your son's birthday is April 16th. Real Juan. Hi, Ron Johns.
But those are multiple, Trudy Chase had multiple personalities too. She had 16, I think. I can't remember. She had a lot.
Little Lighty. Says Sybil with Sally Field was good.
Little
Yeah.
lady.
Little Lighty. The movie always made me emotional when I was young. What do you mean emotional? Emotional how? You were crying your eyes out over the Three Faces of Eve? You were thinking you had three personalities? Debbie, Scooter, and Bad Debbie.
Oh, no.
She
no.
probably did. She probably did.
Did you get a package today, by the way?
Oh, I did get a package today. Let me go get it. How do you know?
Okay. Because it's a gift from everybody, from all the Ramblers.
But how did you know I got it? I was wondering, MRB, if you saw that movie that won most of the Oscars this year. No, I didn't see it. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. But I want to see it. I want to see it. I asked my daughter. My daughter saw it. And I said, well, what is it about? And she said, it's about everything, everywhere, all at once. I said, oh, thanks.
Your daughter?
My
Did you get
daughter.
the package from your son, Charlie?
I got a package for my son today.
Oh, yay.
And I also got a package. Did someone from St. Louis, Missouri send me something?
Not me.
See, I just got a head rush. Hold on a minute. Whew. Okay. They have a Winnie the Pooh sticker on this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yes, my son. Hold on a second. Okay, so let's see. I don't want to dox anybody, anywhere. She put washi tape, whoever this is. I feel empathetic, but I didn't cry. I like to overanalyze. You like to overanalyze them? Did you see the lady that was dressed in the lasagna dress?
Yes.
I'm at. Okay, so this is, let's see, a piece of blue paper. Thank you.
Can you make yourself big?
I can make myself big.
My eyes are bad. I'm on my phone upstairs. My eyes are getting worse.
Okay, I got a triple clap. I got a piece of blue paper.
Cool.
That's nice.
Let me see the blue paper. Oh my god, I have to see it.
And what in the world? Deco table covers.
Oh, that's from all the Ramblers, too.
Is this a tablecloth of Holly Hobby?
And something else of Holly Hobby, too.
Going to use. Oh, thank you, special needs mom. Aren't you an overachiever tonight? Okay, let's see. Wow. Okay, so let's see what this is. Oh, wow. Okay, so first, I've never seen Holly Hobby napkins. The time to be happy is now. That is really cute. Look.
That's from all the Ramblers, too.
That's from all the Ramblers? Thank you, Ramblers. That is really cute. Oh, wow.
There's only one?
No. There's more than one.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9. And then there's
Those are cute.
this. Let's see what this is. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. These are, Oh, these are like. Big table covers. Where did you find this? This is crazy. You probably can decoupage with this on like even a piece of furniture, and there's, wow, there's like 2 of these, I think. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Thank you. That's very nice. I used to have that exact doll right there.
That's cool.
Very cute. Thank you so much. I
Thank
like
you,
it.
Elle, and all the Ramblers.
Thank you, Al, and all the Ramblers.
Okay.
There was a there was a little thing in there. Where's the little thing that? Oh, it's still in there. Hold on a minute. There's a little thing in there. A little ticket. It says, "Many thanks for your order. Best wishes from Watson's Vintage Finds or Friends or Finches." I can imagine MRB getting impatient at most of the Oscar winner movies. Getting impatient? Well, I didn't know many of the movies, and I find them depressing because, you know why I find them depressing? Because I see all the actors that used to act and they're ancient, and then it just reminds me of how short life is and that everybody's dying, and it gets to be very depressing, and it's very hard for me to watch award shows now because everybody's dying. Everybody that you remember, like if you remember Michael Douglas as a vivacious sex symbol kind of person, and then you see him now and you say, what the heck? Or all these people, and you're like, wow, what happened?
Yeah, but that spiraled very quickly, Carol.
What do you mean?
It went back to this, everybody's dying.
Yes, but I've said that for years now. It's very, I'd say for the past 6 years or so, I cannot watch award shows because it just, all you see is death.
I've never watched
And
awards.
loss of virility, vitality, all of that. It's just depressing as all get out.
You don't
Totally
see
true.
age as a sign of wisdom gained.
No. I see that, boy, oh my gosh, how long ago was Fatal Attraction? How fast life goes, and now he's, like, people are like, and then, especially when you see, I'll tell you something that's really bad. When you have a singer you like, and they get to the point that they can't even sing their own songs right anymore. They
Right.
slow everything down. And like growing up, you saw that when you watch, you're like, oh gosh, this guy, look. You'd see like an old
Mariah Carey
performer, he would,
the whole
but
year.
then when it's your own person that you've been watching, and you see him get up there, and he's singing his own song, really, really slow, and you're going, oh my gosh, no, you should have just went out when you were strong. Why are you doing
Madonna got
this?
weird. Madonna got
Why
weird.
are you doing this? Like Barry
Madonna's
Manilow, okay, and when they go to Vegas acts, and they're like lounge singers, they should just probably,
I understand what you mean, but I don't know.
like Neil Diamond. I love Neil Diamond, and I've seen Neil Diamond in concert. But Neil Diamond said, that's enough. It's the end of the road for me. I'm not going to do it anymore because he has Parkinson's and he wants to go out on top.
Right, I don't see
Nothing
that.
dies in cartoons. They don't
I don't
age
see
in
that.
cartoons. Wilma's always the same age, right?
Okay, breathe in through your
Me, Kevin
nose.
Costner.
For 4.
Kevin
What?
Costner aging depresses me.
And now
Yeah,
people-
Kevin Costner, Harrison Ford, and then when you have the women that try to get the work done, and they look like they have these lines here and here, like there's someone pulling a string, and they think it looks good, and then not only is that they're getting so old, but then they've gone and disfigured their face because they can't handle it, and that's depressing in and of itself.
I know, I just remember the good times.
Okay. I don't. It's very depressing. And I've told my daughter that's why. It's very depressing for me to watch that stuff. And then you look like, okay, the actors like right now who might be in their prime. Let's just say, you know, whoever, Kate Winslet or whatever, Nicole Kidman, blah, blah, whatever they are. But you know that it's coming.
Nicole Kidman's in her 50s.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's coming.
Come on, guys. What's this negativity coming from? That they're still doing okay, you know, and then there's new ones, and that's just the cycle of life, everyone, right?
You know who looks really good? J-Lo.
J-Lo looks good. Mariah
She looks good. She looks
I
good.
mean, people lose it when they get older. Like Mariah Carey at the Christmas special, she about fell over. And
But it's like your own relatives too. Like, okay, if you have relatives, let's just say, especially relatives, maybe ones that are like very accomplished and very intelligent and very this and very that, and then suddenly they start slowing down. And I'm not saying they have dementia or anything, but something happens.
Did you see Madonna's weird TikTok videos?
No.
She does not look good.
Very, very, very odd.
Kate. Oh, I'm not saying that she's not now high 61. I'm saying she's, do you understand? Right now it's like here, and then from here, sadly, the roles are going to dwindle, and she's going to become an older woman, and she's going to become, you know what I'm saying? She's going to become more like the lady that had the thing on that threw it over the edge. Whoops. Instead of the other one, you know? And it goes so fast, right? It goes so fast. And Hollywood, they just kick you out, you know, like, I mean, oh, wait a minute, you're 40 years old, you're over the hill, get out of here.
Well, that's okay. I mean, I wouldn't want to be famous anyway. That would be horrible. That would be horrifying.
And that's why they all lie about their age, and that's why Joan Crawford was probably very much older than she really was. Sorry, Flo.
Yeah, they all lie about their age.
But you don't really want to watch. You don't really want to watch award shows with me because I find it very depressing. And then when they show all the people that died.
So Rhoda was basically correct.
With what?
With his comment about how you feel about award shows.
Yeah, I don't like award shows. I used to love award shows. I used to love them. I don't anymore.
Me too.
I
I
didn't read
the
his
same
comment.
thing,
What does his
Carolyn.
comment say? Yes, the
Hollywood formula, MRB, we get it.
Box office poison. What do you mean? Hi, Foxy in the Boxy. How are you?
Hey, Foxy. In the boxy.
I would like to see you get impatient at the Oscar winners. You to get impatient at them? You mean when they're giving their speech that they're not hurrying it up?
Would you do a live reaction of the next Oscars, Carolyn? Would you consider it?
I wish I could do those things where you can play this something and react to it. Those are becoming like, remember we went to go watch this movie and it was this lady reacting to it. She goes, turn on your movie now. And then she was like watching hers. You go, oh wow, look at that. But the movie wasn't playing. It was so crazy. Such a weird thing.
Does anybody want to watch a comedy tonight?
That's exactly why I don't pursue being famous. Hollywood movie star. Aha. When is the next one? I don't know. I just think it makes good conversation. You do very well at talking movies, do I? Do very well.
You should join us, Rhoda one night. Unmute and camera off and all that. Maybe. Maybe.
Kate was in the new movie Avatar. Yeah. Avatar. What is your favorite movie of all time? I don't have favorite movies of all time. You know what I like? Very Bad Things. Have you seen Very Bad Things?
No,
You never saw Very Bad Things?
no, I haven't.
Oh,
No,
wow.
I don't even know
Have
what
you
it's
seen
about.
Very Bad Things, Rhoda?
Is that a movie?
Yeah. No, I just want to know if you've seen Very Bad Things in your life, Al. No.
In general.
Yes.
Oh, God.
That I have.
Yeah.
Elle's seen some very bad things.
Know that.
Did you see The Hangover, Al?
No.
Really?
Yes, I've seen that. Joel was watching that the other night. I'm like, why are you watching this again?
You know what's a funny movie? You know what's a funny movie with Sandra Bullock, all about ski? Have you ever seen that?
No.
That's a very funny movie. I saw it when we were
I've
listening
seen
to
almost
the-
every movie. Really? Almost every movie? So did you, since then you've seen Very Bad Things, did you like Very Bad Things? Scooter, have you seen Very Bad Things?
Is it scary, Carolyn?
No, it's not scary.
Is it funny?
Parts of it are funny.
Is it a dark comedy?
Kind of, yes.
Oh, good. My kind of movie.
He hasn't seen every movie. You haven't seen Mill of the Stone Women, I bet. Let's see.
Who
Who
wrote
said
it?
they've seen
Rhoda
every
Tillicaf said they've seen almost every movie.
I believe
Okay.
him. I believe him. I believe
Let
him
me
100%.
Okay, Rhoda Calf, have you seen Mill of the Stone Women?
Has he seen White Nights? Rhoda Tillicaf, have you seen White Nights?
Who's in it? What's his name? That guy with the
Mikhail
balding
Baryshnikov.
head. Hold on, I'll tell you who's in it. The one from What About Mary, or what the heck? Hold on a minute. Shirley? No. What the heck is her name? Hold on, I'll tell you. I can see them, but I'm thinking of their names. Okay, Christian Slater, Cameron Diaz, John Favreau, Jeremy Piven. Let's see.
What movie is this, Carolyn?
This is Very Bad Things. Leland Orser, Jeannie Triplehorn. It's from, what year is this from? I had my daughter watch it the other 1998.
What is it about, Carolyn?
Oh, I can't tell you. Because if I tell you, then it will ruin it all. I don't want you. The best thing for this movie is to go in not expecting a thing. Because,
Really?
oh yeah. Just think about some guys going off on a bachelor party. Don't look it up.
Okay. So you want to watch something you've never seen?
But I think this is the one. I don't think I got this one to see my daughter, but Dear Zachary was one. I bet you Rhoda Tillicaf has not seen Dear Zachary.
That she loved the one Very Bad Things.
Who said it? Sassy Darcy?
Sassy. Yep.
Yeah, I figured she would. I don't know if it's where it's even playing.
Hart said she saw it too, but I don't know if she liked it or not.
Let's see. It's saying it's on YouTube.
Scooter said yes, Bobby Rablick's blog. We've talked about that movie before, and it is really good.
And then she complained that you didn't read her comment.
Yep.
She did.
I type a long comment.
And you don't read it. She's crying.
Who's crying?
Scooter.
Oh, I don't cry, Scooter.
Don't cry, Scooter. Let me see. Let's see. I have over in your Plex library. What is your Plex library? Oh my goodness. Let's see. Okay, he's not seen. Excuse me. Did you see that? Did you see that movie, Very Bad Things? Did he ever answer me? I would like to debate another time, but I probably will now, so there, huh? Scooter, what did you say to me? I don't know.
I mean, even if we have to buy a movie, Carol, we could all chip in.
I don't know what you said
somehow.
to me.
Could we do that?
Yeah, but I have so many services that I already have. Let me see. We've talked about that movie before. It's really good. I don't think you've seen Dear Zachary. I can tell you haven't seen that. I can tell you for sure. And did you see Very Bad Things? I have them all for free. Do you have Very Bad Things? Can you see if you have Very Bad Things? How do you have them all for free? Special needs mom, we may need you.
She said that she's got over 1,200 movies.
I cannot. I see that, but I cannot believe Rototilla Calf has not seen Very Bad Things. That is so freaking crazy that you haven't seen that. Can I give you an idea for your trip, MRB? Sure. My trip? What's the idea?
Yeah.
Okay, go look. See if you have it. Very Bad Things, 1998. Cameron Diaz. Jeremy Piven.
I like Cameron Diaz. You know, I think Jeremy Piven was sitting in on Gwyneth Paltrow's court hearing.
Really?
Yeah, I think he was in the whatever you call
Okay,
it.
is karaoke on or off the table? It's on. It's on the table.
Karaoke, yeah.
Karaoke is on the table.
Totally. They have it at one of the places there.
I'm be glad I'm not going then. You'd be going, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Sit it out, Deborah. Sit it out.
You'll hold the bags. You hold the bags.
Go play boggle by yourself.
People donate to make karaoke requests. Oh, really?
Karaoke's my favorite.
People donate to make karaoke requests? Okay, well, think about it. They get to pick the songs for whoever's to sing.
Maybe we'll do it live in the chat.
99 red Luft balloons.
Delta Dawn. What's that flower you have on?
You guys be paying me to go away. Camping on the sand tonight, Deborah, I'm afraid. Here's your tent.
Here's your tent.
Oh.
But, okay, what like if I wanted Nicole to sing Genie in a Bottle. Genie in a Bottle. I'd donate $20. Would you do that, Nicole? Would you sing Genie in a Bottle if you donated $20?
No, Nicole, tell him to up the ante and you'll consider it. $20? No way.
You wouldn't even have to pay Nicole to sing. She'll sing.
Don't say that.
Nicole, are you there?
Nicole!
She's probably talking on mute.
Make it a C note and she'll consider it.
And Nick's like, Nicole, they're talking to you.
Are you?
Either that or she's thoroughly insulted by your offer, which I doubt.
No. She loves to sing, Nicole.
Don't have very bad things. Mine are most of the newer movies. Do you have Everybody, Everywhere, Everything, or whatever that is? Everywhere, Everything? Do you have that one? Everybody, Everywhere?
Please ask
All
her
the
if she has any Hitchcock.
Said she has new movies out.
She has some of the newer movies still in theaters.
What do you need? I was going downstairs getting
Oh,
snacks.
Binky Hillerman, what are you doing coming in here in that name? Binky Hillerman?
I'm a genie in a bottle, baby. Oh, come, let me out.
Wait, we're waiting for the $100, Nicole.
$100.
He said, would you do it if he gave you $20 for karaoke on vacation?
Yeah.
Deborah said no, here's C note.
Deborah said no.
Yeah.
Say you want more than $20.
What? Oh, no, I don't. Oh, really?
Deborah said to hold out for more.
Yeah.
Oh. I'll do it.
What's that movie called? She's asking Carolyn.
Everybody, everywhere. What is that? Everybody, everywhere, all the time, or everybody, everywhere? Hi, Julie W.
Everything, everywhere, all the time. My
Yeah.
husband says that.
Julie W. Hit those likes. Please.
What is the thing that Special Needs Mom has? What kind of movie? What is it called?
She has something called Plex. On the tip, not right now. On the trip, not right now. It has to be in public. Remember, there is a chatter who came here called Dr. Lipschitz? I do remember Dr. Lipschitz.
Oh my God. I do.
Dr. Lipschitz came in during, was it the Kylie Rodney case?
No, what happened to Dr. Lipschitz?
Hi, Dr. Lipschitz. Where is Dr. Lipschitz?
Doctor.
That's okay. It only got one word. It's only got one word. What, Binky? Hi, D. Andy. All at once. Everybody, everywhere, all at once. There's everything, everywhere, all at once. Hi, Annie B.
I wouldn't want to say that name 5 times though, too fast.
Yes. Do you have that?
Everything, everywhere, all at once, she's asking.
No, not that one. The doctor, what was it?
Idaho 4 case. Oh, that's right. Idaho 4 case. Yes. Dr. Lipschitz. I think you have
Yeah.
some news about Dr. Lipschitz, Foxy Boxy.
What happened? Did they?
Dr. Lipschitz. I really knew a person. You're laughing over that last name. I knew people growing up. Their real name was Lipschitz. Okay, I knew it. And one was a substitute teacher, Mrs. Lipschitz. And we used to be like, "Which sub do you have?" "Well, we got Mrs. Lipschitz." "Oh yes, I'm serious. It's a real name."
Mrs. Lipschitz for the office, Mrs. Lipschitz.
Who's the sub today? Mrs. Lipschitz. And I'll never forget Mrs. Dansky. And she goes, "You can remember my name because I like to dance and ski." And we're like, "Yeah, but your last name isn't spelled like ski. It's Sky. Spelled like Sky." But she would always say that. "You can always remember my name because dance and ski." No what? Yeah, no, it is real. It's 100% real. It is 100% real.
Carolyn, ask her if she has any Hitchcock, please.
Do you have any Hitchcock for 1,000? What movie title if it's not that one? Everybody, Everywhere, All the Time? And then Ella's asking for Hitchcock. Do you have any Hitchcock movies? When I saw him first here, I thought he was a troll. But I've seen him later around the crime community, so Dr. Lipschitz is for real. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I didn't doubt Dr. Lipschitz.
Lipschitz is some movie star's real name.
Yeah, it is a real name, but Rototilla Calf doesn't believe it's a real name.
No, it's some...
Lipschitz is a real name. I'm telling you, 100% it is.
Wait a minute. It's some movie star's real name.
There was a Thelma Lipschitz at my mother's school.
Yeah, I know, Rototilla Calf. There really is. I'm telling you, all right? We had a substitute teacher, Mrs.
Yes.
Lipschitz.
It's
I'm telling you, it is true.
It's real name.
Yes.
Carolyn, do you have
It's
the one
Hal
that
Linden's
Scooter
real name.
suggested?
Harold Lipschitz.
Huh?
It's Hal Linden's real name. Harold Lipschitz.
Yeah.
Lipschitz.
I don't think it's real. It is real. I can't believe you're where you are and you don't know that name is real. That name is real.
Carolyn, do you have the movie that Scooter suggested? The Three Faces of Eve?
I have to look. That means I don't believe in the name. I know, but you're wrong.
Google it.
You're wrong. You're wrong, Rototilla Calf. You're wrong.
Tell her to Google it. It's
Google
Harold
it.
Lipschitz.
Google's your
It's
friend.
Hal Lin-
Use your Google.
It's Hal Linden's real name.
Your
I
Google.
wouldn't Google that.
Your Google.
It's Hal
Who
Linden's
said
real
Google?
name.
Somebody used to say Google for Google.
Google.
Yeah, Bucky Ann said Hal Linden from Barnaby Jones. Hal Linden from Wait, isn't it Barney Miller?
Hal Linden from what is it
Barnaby
called?
Jones.
Barnaby
No.
Jones? Barney Miller?
Barney Miller.
Barney Miller.
Hal said it, not Bucky Ann.
No, Bucky Ann said it. There too.
Yeah, said it in the chat.
Oh,
Barney Miller. Yeah.
Deborah.
Dr. Lipschitz. Yeah, Dr. Lipschitz is from the Rugrats too. I remember that. Dr. Lipschitz says, my grandmother's doctor's name was Dr. Lipschitz. I'm telling you, Rototilla Calf, I can't believe you got to this age and you think that name is fake. Ask Al about Hitchcock Rear Window. Best Hitchcock window over Vertigo.
or Suspicion, or Rear Window, or Dial M for Murder. They're all so good.
Where did I get Barnaby Jones? I don't know. I think
I
Barnaby
don't
Jones.
know. I read her comment that I thought, no.
Barnaby Jones, I know.
Did you read Deborah's comment, Carolyn?
Don't read it. Don't look, Carol.
Better than, oh.
If you guys watch
I don't
any
read
of
her
these
comment. What
movies,
did comment say?
Don't read it. I
Yeah,
couldn't
read it.
resist. I'm
I'll tell you
crying.
when we go off the line.
I'm crying.
That's true.
Bucky Ann says Rear Window is the best one. I don't think I've seen that one. I think I've
No,
tried to
Dial
watch
In
it.
for Murder or Suspicion. But Rear Window is good too.
I think the only one I've really seen is Psycho.
Any of the
Ask
after
Elle.
Hitchcock movies.
Elle, what is the
Yes.
best Hitchcock movie? Wrote it till a calf would like to know.
The best Hitchcock movie is either Dial M for Murder or I think Dial M for Murder is the best one. It's such an intricate plot, and it's such a great movie. The mystery of it is so. The ending is there's such a twist. The plot twist. It's such a great mystery.
Was it as much of a plot twist as we saw the other movie, the first one we saw?
Which
It's
one?
a different-
Homicidal? Homicidal was freaky.
That
Yeah.
was freaky.
I've never been able to
Sure.
watch The Birds, Foxy. I don't know, it just doesn't come together for me.
Dial In for Murder is more of it's the way everything fits into a puzzle at the end. You're gonna love it. It's the end is so like everything just fits so perfect at the end. I don't know how to describe it. It's probably my very
You described it. Like
Yeah.
I see the fantasy.
you'll love it. Especially people that love mysteries and true crime and stuff like that. It's just such an awesome movie. It's one of my top 3 favorite movies. And that's saying a lot because I love movies and I've seen like every movie almost.
I think we can watch it on Tubi.
You're kidding.
Or no? Oh shoot, it's happening. Yeah, it's playing.
Really?
Dial M for Murder. With Ray Milland, Grace
Yes, and
Kelly,
Grace
Robert
Kelly.
Cummings, John
Yeah.
Williams, Anthony. Yeah,
I
and then
love
there's
that.
also I forgot about Tubi. To be or not to be.
I'm
That
telling you, you guys will love this movie.
they also have. Let me see. The original Stepford Wives. What else?
Please trust me. Let's watch Dial M for Murder. Trust me. You'll love it. I promise.
Alfred Hitchcock style M for Murder.
Do they have Suspicion too?
Who's that? Oh, here comes Linda.
Oh, wait till Linda hears they have it.
Suspicion. Let's see.
Hi, Linda.
She's not here yet. There she's coming.
Hi, Linda. We're live.
The Stranger Beside Me. What was that?
Hi, Linda.
Family
Morning.
Lost.
Guess what we're gonna watch? Dial M for Murder. And
Okay.
maybe Suspicion.
Are we? Wait, what? We're watching a movie?
I think so.
Hold on. Let me see something now.
Are we?
I don't know. Maybe.
Let's see. For Hitchcock, they have Notorious.
That's a good one, but that's like a spy movie.
Alfred Hitchcock Presents. Dial M for Murder.
That's a good one.
What else? I think they only have Dial M for Murder. Rear Window, is that? But that's the new one with Christopher Reeve.
No.
Flo on the Go says Secret Window is good too. Johnny Depp plays the writer who goes crazy.
I think Dial M for Murder is the best one. That's just my opinion.
Vicky says watch The Incident.
No, dial in for murder, please.
We could have a poll.
Yeah. Just try dial in for murder. I guarantee you'll love it. Linda, you like dial
Sassy's
in for
asking
murder.
you too, Charlotte, if you remember
What?
Dr. Shocker. Sassy's asking.
Dr. Shotker? Yeah, the guy that would never even give me a bottle of water if I was crawling up his street on my knees. That miser? Yeah. That selfish person? Yes, I remember Dr. Shotker. What a miser. Hoarding all the bottled water during the pandemic. Remember? Yeah, I remember him very well. I have stuff more like Cabin in the Woods, Murder on the Orient Express, Mr. Holmes. Julie W. says that's a good one. Hitchcock movies are good. I don't think Vertigo is his best. Are you doing karaoke on the trip? I said yes, we are. I vote Dial M for murder. Only the Grace Kelly version, not the newer version.
The Grace Kelly version is amazing.
I got to go to sleep. Go to sleep, Flo. Good night.
Good night, Flo.
Sleep tight. Don't let those bed bugs bite. All right, well, I have to start a new Zoom anyway. So Linda came in at the wrong time. Sorry, everybody.
What?
You came in at the wrong time. I'm throwing you out. Throwing you all out. Out of here. Everybody, get out of here. I threw them all out. I'm still here. I am still here. No, you can't see me. I'm here. The woman in the window. Oh yeah, we've seen that on Netflix. I have Netflix, I have HBO Max, I have, what else? Hulu. Oh, how do you Zoom? I put the number right now on the community post and you just Zoom on in. That's it. You Zoom yourself in here. Once you Zoom, you'll never go back. It doesn't rhyme, but it's the truth. Once you Zoom, you'll always want to be in the room. Once you Zoom, you'll always want to be in the room. Okay. You should now see a post for all channel members. And I'm now going to zoom, put it in. If you've never Zoomed before, you might have to download Zoom. But it's very easy and very painless. Somebody's here. Linda's back. Linda's back. Linda's back. Linda came back.
Linda's back. Linda's back. Linda's
We still alive?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Don't take your clothes off. That was embarrassing the last time.
I know, for me, not for you.
That happened to me 4 times before that, Lyndon. I feel bad.
Just hang on, Mom of Three. She'll be back. What movies have the best twists? What movies have the best twist, Andy?
Special Needs says she has Zoomed before, so she would just need to.
I then just look. Can you see the community post? What kind of a device are you on, Special Needs Mama?
On her tablet, she won't see them because I can't on my tablet.
Do you have an Android tablet or an
I do.
iPad? Is it an Android or an?
Oh, she has an iPad. She says she could get it from her laptop.
Oh, okay. Amy's here. Hi, Julia.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Abby.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hey, Abby.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm down here making snacks.
Snacks.
Yeah.
What snacks?
Some breadsticks, a couple of breadsticks. That's no big deal. A couple of cheesy garlic breadsticks.
Bucky's entering the room.
Who is?
Bucky, I can't find very bad things anywhere, Sassy. It's a very bad thing that I can't find it.
I hear an echo. Is that?
I hear an echo.
Oh,
Special Needs
There's
Mom's in
Special
here.
Needs Mom. She got it.
It's Mikey. He likes it. Hey, Mikey.
Hi, Special Needs Mom.
Hi, Special Needs Mom.
Once you Zoom, it will be all va-va-voom. Yeah. That's good.
That's a
Very
good one.
good. Very good, Foxy. Are we waiting for anybody else? Does anybody else need to be waited for?
Israel Chillicothe
What's
coming
the
in.
what is the movie called with oh wait. Let me see. What is the movie called? Here comes Al Cassie.
Does anybody here remember the movie with Paul Newman and Elizabeth Taylor? Cat on a Hot Tin Roof?
No, I mean I've heard of it,
Yeah, I
but
remember that.
It's really good. Talk about a twist. He finally gets the love of Paul Newman.
Don't tell us. Don't spoil it.
Oh, I'll say that part. He works very hard in all the twists of that family.
Sounds
Rhoda
interesting.
Chillicothe, are you coming? Or are you too scared? Chicken.
Jesse Williams, he's a real good writer. And she's
Hi,
beautiful.
Julianne.
So is he. If you
Hi,
remember,
Al. Hi, everybody.
come see the movie with us.
Hey, Bucky.
Hello.
Bucky, how's your dog?
All right, he's better now. I held him for like 3 hours.
Good.
Maybe if everybody could say a little prayer for Benji. Her dog's had a seizure again, and Bucky is very worried, and it's a lot. So prayers are appreciated.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And I can't believe you haven't seen your rear window. Can't believe you haven't seen that.
No, I saw that probably when I was like 10.
What?
Didn't you say you've never seen Rear Window?
I've never seen Rear Window, but I'm just teasing Rototillicap Calf right now.
I hope Rototillicap
Oh.
comes up here.
Rototillicap is too chicken.
He said
No,
tomorrow
he's
he
not.
will.
He's probably
He's
there.
coming.
It's not
He
he's chicken.
did tonight. No.
He's a chicken.
Hi, Annie B.
Hi, Annie. Nice to
Hi,
see
Annie.
you.
Oh,
Whoops.
she's gone.
Oh
That was
no.
fast.
Just dropped in for a second.
Yeah, it's a Bob. She was in another
I'll drop
country.
by for a moment. All right.
So how are we going to decide what we're going to watch?
We're gonna watch Dial M for Murder, right? I don't know what we're gonna. No, I don't know. I'm just saying that, Elle.
Yeah, no, I thought we were watching Dial M for Murder.
Okay, then we'll watch it, Julianne. Don't bite my head off, please.
That's what I was saying. We need to watch everything.
Whoa, calm down. Where's Kevin?
Well, Kevin.
He must be sleeping.
Oh, well, he needs his sleep. He needs his rest.
Kevin, I haven't seen Kevin at all today. Has anybody seen Kevin?
He was in. He was in.
Yeah,
Oh.
he was here.
He's in this morning.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him at all
I
today.
didn't see him tonight.
Deborah. Will the chicken quit spamming the
Today.
chat?
So,
Yeah.
He was on earlier today, yeah.
Was he on earlier today?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yep. We were talking about the Stephen Smith case.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
He went to bed.
Yeah.
How dare he sleep?
I was thinking the same thing. How dare he sleep?
How dare he sleep? I wonder if Kevin would do karaoke. Can you imagine Kevin singing anything?
He'll do karaoke, maybe.
I don't think he will.
yeah.
Will you, Carolyn?
He won't do it.
Carolyn, are you going to do it?
I may do it.
Yay.
Okay, so we're gonna go then. Thanks to everybody for coming, and we'll see you all tomorrow. And hopefully, just had another head rush. What else? And tomorrow we're gonna have to watch that Aiden Fucci thing, and but we'll see what happens. And we're supposed to have a craft panel tomorrow night. Open panel before.
Excuse me, did you say you had a head rush in there in between all
Yeah, I've
that?
been having those head rushes.
Still happening? Where's your
Yeah,
water?
why? Now you think I have a brain tumor or something? I hope not. Does it?
No.
Show me your bottle of water then. Show it to me. Where is it?
I don't have it next to me.
Okay, it's not next to you, it's on the counter. Maybe you should get
Yeah,
it.
I will. I'll get it as I
Okay.
go into my chair.
You left it on the counter.
I did. I will go get
Left
it. All right, everybody. See you later. Anybody that wants to come, did anybody want to come that didn't get a number? If you didn't get a number, you can email me if you didn't see the
What time
number.
is the craft panel in case anyone in the live?
I think we're going to do a craft panel at 9:45.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm gonna decompose that Jim Beam bottle.
Well, that'll be fun.
Oh, wow.
Don't forget to hit the like.
What?
Don't forget to hit.
Oh, don't forget to hit the likes, please.
And write a comment.
And write a comment.
You heard Linda Lowry there.
Even if you leave a bunch of chicken heads. You could just leave a bunch of emoji chicken heads. Just write a
Yeah,
comment.
80 watching and there's only 10 likes.
No, there's more than 10 likes. There's 79. 80. Now there's 80.
I gotta
I don't
refresh.
see 11 on
It's been
mine.
on a long
Well, you
time.
got to refresh your like your
Refresh the
thing.
whole page.
81 now. Special needs mom says. Okay. All right. Special needs mom is here. Where is she?
Yeah, right there with the big
Oh,
thing.
okay. All right. Crafts are coming. Yes, they are. All right, everybody. We'll see you later. Thank you. Bye. I'm going to end you
Bye, hit
now.
the like. Love you all.
Love you. God bless. Prayers for all that need, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Make sure you hit the bell